Nelisiwe, may you please place the matter on
Morning, my
record?
lady.
Thank you, Judge. Today is the 13th of September, 2022. Calling the matter of Life Esidimeni Inquest, case number I-001 of 2021. Thank you, Judge.
May it please the court, my lady, you're not visible at present.
Yes. Good morning once more. Nelisiwe, please place the matter on record.
Judge, you're not visible on our side. Judge, can you hear me?
Good morning again. I don't know, my system is failing me today. Let's see how far we can go. If I still encounter the same problems, I'll have to involve the IT people. Nelisiwe, can you please play?
Judge, can you see me? Judge?
Can you hear me?
Good morning, my lady. We can hear you, but we can't see you.
You can't see
Yes,
me.
indeed. No.
Well,
No.
just speaking for myself, I can't, my lady.
No, my lady.
I
we
can't see you
can
either, my
you.
lady.
Hear me. O tla bua go nna ke re.
We can
Yeah,
see
now
you
we
now,
can
Judge.
see you.
Okay. Let me try.
Lady, we can see and hear you now. Or we could.
All right.
There you.
Let's continue on this one. I'll just see if, because what I realized is that after every 5 minutes, it kicks me out of the meeting. Just bear with me.
There we go.
Good morning once more.
Good morning, my lady.
Nelly, will you please place the matter on record?
May it please the court, my lady, morning.
Thank you, Judge. Today is the 13th of September, 2022. Calling the matter of Life Esidimeni Inquest, case number I-001 of 2021. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Good morning, Doctor.
Morning, Judge.
You are reminded that you're still under oath. After what we was indicated by the other counsels with regard to the cross-examining of this witness, it appears that it's only Ms. Bandlender, I think, and Ms. Govender who would like to cross-examine the witness. So Ms. Govender has requested that she would prefer to do it after Dr. Manamela's legal team has done so. Yes, Phyllis, I've noted you. Can I finish, Phyllis? There is also Mr. Pichela. Yeah, I don't know whether Ms. Govender will be ready to proceed. And if I remember well, Mr. Late hasn't said anything. I see his hand now. And Mr. Pichela said he was still going to consult. Yes, Ms. Foster?
My lady.
Yes, I see your hand was up, if I may.
Thank you, my lady. My lady, I also have a few questions for Dr. Silabano. I do not need to wait until everybody is finished. I'm prepared to start if it's convenient for the
Were
court.
you there yesterday?
I was there yesterday, yes, my lady.
Yes, because I was just checking with anyone as to who was prepared to start. Okay, are you ready to start? Can I check with Mr. Bundle Lender first, or anybody from the team of the family members?
Good morning, my lady.
Good morning.
Yes, my lady, we're happy for Ms. Foster to start, and we're happy to go. We had asked that we go after Ms. Mahlangu's representatives and Dr. Manamela's representatives, but we are prepared to proceed today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Late?
Thank you, my lady. Firstly, we have received a message from Dr. Kikana, Beauty Kikana, that she has no questions for Dr. Silabano. And secondly, if there are anything that skipped by the other legal representatives at the end of the cross-examination of Dr. Silabano, we'll ask any questions that is still necessary to complete this evidence. As court, please.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Late. Mr. Pichela?
Morning, my lady, as the court pleases.
Yes,
my lady, we will have.
But yes. Yes, I can see you now. Continue.
We do have a couple of questions, but at the same level as what is said by Advocate Late. In the event that the questions perhaps are not covered by some of those that will go before, then we will then request the opportunity to canvass those. But should they be covered, then there will not be a need, my lady, as court pleases.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Bundle-Lender, would you like to go first, or should Ms. Foster start?
My lady, I'm happy for Ms. Foster to start. She said she was ready, and I'm happy to go thereafter. Can we just have an indication, perhaps, from Ms. Govender, whether she's in a position to go after that? We had requested to go after Ms.
Yes, but
Mahlangu's
as
counsel.
far as I heard them yesterday, they said they didn't have any questions, and no, she said she would like to go last. I don't know what that meant, because in fact, if I must just exercise my discretion. Maybe we must just go in terms of seniority, because we'll have problems here. Everyone wants to. Ms. Govender?
Yes, my lady, as the court pleases. My lady, I have a few clarity-seeking questions. It is my request that I go after Ms. Foster and Ms. Budlander, but of course I'm open to the court's direction. The only reason for that is if, or in the event that my client's name does come up during the questions that my learned asked, which is very likely, then I'd need to come in again. So it's purely as a matter of convenience, but I will follow her ladyship's directions.
Okay, it's fine. Ms. Foster, you are ready to start. You may proceed.
As a good please, my lady. Thank you very much. Good morning, Dr. Silabano.
Morning, counsel.
My name is.
I can't hear the witness. If the witness can raise his voice, please.
Sorry, my lady. Yes. Morning, counsel.
My name is Phyllis Foster, and we are representing 4 of the deceased families. I will mention their names to you. The first one is Jabulani Mhlongo.
and he died at Siabadinga, NGO. The second one is Tabu Munyani. He also died at Siabadinga. Then we also represent the family of Khotsu Mpofu, who died at CCRC. And then the last one is Jaco Stolz, who died at Siabadinga. Dr. Silabana, my first question is, yesterday you testified that you had a qualified audit. Can you please explain to the court, what does a qualified audit mean?
No. An unqualified audit.
Unqualified? Yeah, you had a qualified audit for the period 2015 to 2016. Did I misunderstand you?
Okay, yeah, 2014, 15, unqualified, qualified, 15, 16, unqualified.
Correct, yes, that was the evidence.
Okay. Please explain the difference to me. What's the difference?
Yeah, I will give it broadly, please. Don't hold it too hard on me. When the Auditor General says they give you a qualified audit, it means they've set in certain how can I call it? Measures and measurements that they've done in the department in terms of finance, in terms of how you generally do your work. And then they say, based on this, we believe that you are not doing things the right way. You are not doing things according to normal financial standards and all other standards that the audit do. This is the job of auditors. Then they say, based on this, we qualify your audit, because then they'll say, we are qualifying it because you didn't do this 1, 2, 3. They'll mention, we normally call them, my lady, matters of emphasis. Then when it's unqualified, it means the Auditor General again has gone through your books, everything that you do. They're saying, by and large, you are satisfied in the manner that you are now doing things. And this is a process where you sit and explain, and they ask and explain issues of leadership, issues of staff, issues of what you do in hospitals, and all those type of things. Then they say, based on this, you are unqualified, you are getting an unqualified audit report. But they might say, even though it's unqualified, there could be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 issues that you need to take care of. I'm just trying to make it as easy as I understand it.
Thank you very much. I'm not very good with maths, so that really helps.
Yeah.
Dr. Silabani, so if I understand you correctly, the qualified audit for 2014 to 2015, what was the problems that was pointed out by the Auditor General at that stage? What was the problem?
Just a second. The qualified was for 2014, 2015.
That's correct, my lady.
And the unqualified was 2015, 2016.
That's right.
Yes.
Yes. Yes, you may answer, Doctor.
Yes. My lady, I think I must go back. They have it, I think, over a period of about 8 years or so, qualified reports. So I mentioned 14, 15 because that's when I came in. But all other previous years, there were qualified reports. So the department has been having these qualified reports. And in fact, there was a disclaimer somewhere down the line. The reason why at that time, I'll come out again, please don't hold it against me. There were issues of something called consignment stock. Consignment stock, which was leading to, what do we call it? There's a term that is used, not wasteful expenditure, but there's a term that is normally used. Government is spending more without following normal procedures. So here, what should happen is that anything, there must be a tender process. But with consignment stocks, we were not following it. It has not been followed. Consignment stocks, it's what happens at theater. When there's a trauma patient, the only time you know what to put in a fracture, it's only when you open the patient. The orthopods will open the patient and say, we need this type of size. So we're battling as a department to be able to sort out this consignment stock. We went to Western Cape. We wanted to know how are you doing it, and they showed us how they were doing it, and that's how we got rid of that. But also there were instances where, let me just put it as a simple sentence, that we were spending more than the amount of money that we're having. That was the crux of the problem, where we had to spend the money that we don't have. And the other thing that was happening is that the department was not, by law, we should pay everybody in 30 days. We're not paying in 30 days. So you can imagine, if you don't have money, you can't pay in 30 days. So that was the other problem. Let me, I'm sorry, my ladies, that I take long on that.
No, please.
There's a fixed amount that departments, not only Department of Health, they get a fixed amount on monthly basis from Treasury to say, here's your fixed amount, pay your debts. And sometimes you find that our debts are more than the fixed amount. So we're not paying 30 days. Some of the issues were that.
Okay, so that was the issue that you now explained for the period 2014 to 2015.
Even before then, yes.
Even before, 8 years before that, that seems to be a problem.
It has been a recurring problem.
All right. Your testimony yesterday was that you almost got an unqualified report for 2014 to 2015. What did you mean with almost? What was the problem? Why did you not receive them?
Okay. Almost in this instance meant that, you know, there are matters of emphasis. You remember I told you about the matters of emphasis. So There were, I can't recall the actual details. These are audit things. There were a large number of matters of emphasis before. So almost meant we actually reduced those matters of emphasis. And we felt at that time that the auditor should have, the audit AG, Auditor General, should have considered the fact that we have reduced all critical matters of emphasis. But the Auditor General felt otherwise and said, that's not enough. You almost got it, but you didn't get it.
So if I can put it bluntly, your perception was he was a bit unfair.
No. They were using their tools to measure. They are not unfair. They're using their tools.
Just a second. I see Miss Watbringer.
Lady, I appreciate that Dr. Silabano was led on this, in the sense that he spoke of the qualified audits, and then he spoke of the unqualified audit that he achieved, that he and the MEC achieved in his term of office. But that was really just to place in context the background to the cancellation of the Life Esidimeni contract. I'm struggling to understand how going into a collateral inquiry into this entire issue of qualified and unqualified audits assists your ladyship in relation to an inquest. This specific inquest.
Step aside, please. Yes, continue.
Lady, I don't regard this evidence as prejudicial to Dr. Silabano. That's not the reason for my raising this as an objection.
Yes, I get your point.
To my mind,
yes.
it's a question of relevance, and you know we're trying to curtail proceedings and get to the point here. And with respect, I don't believe that this is getting your ladyship any closer to the answer in this matter.
Yes, Miss Foster.
As a good please, my lady, this evidence was indeed placed by Mr. Craig White-Pringle on record yesterday. And he just said where I'm going, and he knew where I'm going with this. This was placed on record to put the court in picture why the Life Esidimeni project was launched. And I'm getting to my question, so if it gives me a chance, I'll be there in a second, because this is extremely relevant and the whole reason why the Life Esidimeni project was cancelled.
Yes, Mr. Watbringer.
Lady, with great respect, if my learned friend's challenging the reason, then let her challenge it. But what my learned friend's doing is going into a collateral inquiry into something which was incidentally mentioned as background. And in fact, I might go further and say whether the Life Esidimeni contract was cancelled for good reason or bad still does not assist your ladyship in deciding whether anybody is potentially criminally liable for the deaths that occurred. It's just so distant from the actual point at which the rubber hits the road, if you'll excuse the expression, that this is just wasting everybody's time, with great respect, my lady.
Given the evidence that we have, that is already on record, I don't think it's necessary to ask questions pertaining to the termination of life Esidimeni, because they are there. We know as to why it was terminated. Ms. Foster, you may proceed with other questions. The question is not allowed.
As the court pleases, my lady, I would then record it as such. That can I just ask my follow-up?
Just yes. Let the witness come back. Mr. Watbringel, are you assisting us? Okay, there he is. Yes, you may continue, Ms. Foster.
Dr. Salabano, there was an objection to my line of questioning, so I cannot proceed with this line of questioning, but I'm going to put the following to you. You just testified that for the period 2014, 2015 and 2016, you almost and did receive an unqualified report from the Auditor General. So the reason why Life Esidimeni was cancelled was not even necessary, because there was nothing found by the Auditor General that you did not have money or that there was problems with the department. So if the Life Esidimeni contract was not cancelled because there was no need to do that, 144 people would not have died. And I will leave it at that.
If you can, yes, but if you can, I think it was too long. Did the witness capture it?
Yeah, but Your Ladyship, I'll say the council has it all wrong. It's not, the interpretation is wrong completely.
Yes, continue, Ms. Foster.
Why is my interpretation not correct, sir?
The audit doesn't work like that. It's not a once-off event. The audit is a cycle. So if you get it right now, that cycle continues over 3 to 5 years. So your conclusion that it means there was nothing wrong is just wrong. It was not a clean audit. It was just an unqualified audit, not clean.
All right. But you do agree with me that the decision to terminate Life Esidimeni was taken in the year 2015?
Yes.
Okay. And that is the same year that you have received an unqualified Auditor General's report. Because that means, on your explanation, you could have paid everybody, you did not have any consignment, stock spending issues. Everything was in place. The Auditor General was happy with the way the department was run.
Through you, my lady, you are mentioning a few things. The department is bigger than that. You were saying consignment stock. I was giving an example in a hospital.
I agree. That's correct. But that's what I'm saying to you. That all these issues.
I think, Ms. Foster, I'm sorry to interject. I think you said a lot of things. If you can just break your question.
All right.
Because you said this is the same year where the decision to terminate the contract with Life Esidimeni was taken.
That's
and then you said that was the same year they received an unqualified audit.
That's correct, my lady.
Is that correct, Mr. Doctor?
Yes, but also you see, Council, there's a cycle here. That's what I'm trying to tell you. When we say 15, 16, we mean April 15 until April, end of March 15 until 1st of April. That's a cycle. And then you got to understand that the results that you are talking about of unqualified, you get them in September. So we got our results in September 16 now. So, you know, when you try and drag that into 2015, I think you are not understanding it, how it works. And you can't pull one factor and say it's because of that. They were not measuring only that, they were measuring leadership. Is there leadership in the department?
I completely agree with you, but Dr. Salabano, I do. But the problem we have here is that it was put to this honourable court, and that is the evidence, that due to money constraints, due to financial issues, the decision was taken to terminate the Life Esidimeni contract. That was the main reason why these patients had to be moved from Life Esidimeni to NGOs, back to their houses, to their families. That is what the reason is for the project. Now you are telling the court for the period 2014 to 2015, you almost got a clean audit, up until the point that you even found the Auditor General could have granted you an unqualified report. And for the period 2015 to 2016,
I've noted you, Mr. Watbringel.
You did receive an unqualified report. And so why was it necessary to take a decision to terminate the Life Esidimeni project if you did not have any of those problems anymore for this period?
I never said we never.
Just hold it there. Just hold it there, Mr. Watbringel.
Lady, I would, yes, perhaps Dr. Silibane should step aside.
Yes.
Lady, I'd really prefer not to have to object, because I understand that it causes further delays, and I'm actually trying to achieve the opposite. But first of all, my learned friend is not complying with your ladyship's ruling on the objection. Secondly, my learned friend is putting a proposition to the witness which is simply not correct. The witness's evidence was that when he took over as HOD, the department had qualified audits for a number of years, that he and the MEC worked very hard to get to a point where they got unqualified audits, and they nearly achieved it in I think he said the 2013-2014 year, and then they achieved it in the 2014-2015 year. So my learned friend puts a complete and utter non sequitur to him by saying, well, if you had an unqualified audit in that year, then there was no need to close down Life Esidimeni. She's missing the point entirely. The point of Dr. Silibane's evidence was that they achieved the unqualified audit by fiscal discipline. And he didn't use that terminology, but I'm using it. So it was as a result of cost cutting and more discipline that they were able to achieve an unqualified audit. That was the thrust of his evidence. It's not a case of if you have an unqualified audit, you now have an open checkbook to spend as much money as you want. It's a complete and utter red herring. It's irrelevant. It takes the matter no further, and it is in breach of your ladyship's ruling with respect.
Ms. Foster?
My lady, I really do appreciate Mr. Watbringel's contention, but I do know what the rules of relevance is. I am aware of that. This is in the court's hands, and the court will decide what is relevant and what is not. The main reason why we are here is because the Life Esidimeni project was cancelled, and because there was problems from the Auditor General. Now, Dr. Silibane, as the accounting officer, the department is in the box today, and he testified that for the period where the Life Esidimeni project was cancelled and 144 people died, there was no problems because they almost received an unqualified report for this period. And I will go further, my lady, and I will go further in the fact that the reason why is now we don't need to pay Life Esidimeni anymore. The NGOs, the evidence is before this court that the NGOs were not even paid. So that is how they saved money at the cost of 144 people that died. And that is where I'm going with my questioning. But if the court says leave it, then I'll leave it.
Okay. Do you want to say something, Mr.?
Yes, my lady, indeed, the court already said, and my learned friend simply ignored the ruling and continued down the rabbit hole that she's been going down. The second point, my lady, is again, she misunderstands the evidence. What Dr. Silibane said was that because of financial constraints, this is prior to the decision to terminate, some of the suppliers of goods and services to the department were not being paid. In other words, they had to look for cost-cutting measures in order that they were more able to pay for those goods and services that they were receiving. So where my learned friend's going with this, heaven alone knows. But, my lady, the one thing I can say with certainty is it's not going to assist your ladyship to decide whether somebody was criminally liable for any of the deaths to find out whether there was a qualified or an unqualified audit, or why there was an unqualified audit. It's a red herring. It's a waste of time, with respect, and your ladyship's already ruled on it.
Thank you. Ms. Foster, I've already ruled on the matter, but what I want you to do, please ask the witness what he has already testified about. Right? I think I agree with Mr. Ward-Pringle that the proposition that you have put to the witness is not the correct one. Right? If you put the correct proposition to the witness, but remember that I understand maybe you should go directly to the question of the cost, right? With regard to, yes, because, yes. Just make sure that you ask the witness what his evidence was all about. Don't bring things that do not convey the evidence that he has already put before court.
Okay, my lady, and can I please ask, I know that Mr. Ward-Pringle is an EC, but to put things to me like to go down the rabbit hole and finding red herrings, I do not think that's appropriate.
Yes, but we just want you to put the relevant questions to the witness according to, yes, and you are not, I'm not going to allow you to stay long on that question. If you want to deal with the issue of cost, because the evidence is on record, just touch that and move.
I will do that, my lady. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Continue. Can the witness come back?
My apologies.
Thank you, Doctor. Continue.
Thank you, Dr. Silabani. I've again been reprimanded, and I'll try. It was to put the following to you. If I'm not proposing it correctly, then the court will then admonish me and tell me how to put it correctly. Do you remember?
You can even clarify it as the witness, just to stick to the evidence that is already on record. Thank you.
Dr. Silabani, you remember I asked you specifically why in 2014 and 2015 you almost got it. Is that correct? The qualified. Almost got an unqualified. Qualified.
Yes, correct. Yes.
Yeah. Do you agree?
2015, 2016, they got the unqualified. Correct.
Correct, yeah. But in 2014 to 2015, I specifically asked you, why did you almost get it? Do you remember my question?
I know that.
And then you provided me with reasons. Is that correct? You explained to me
some reasons.
Yeah, all right. Do you agree with me that Life Esidimeni was not mentioned by yourself as a problem, or the Life Esidimeni project was not mentioned by yourself for the period 2014 to 2015, why you did not almost get it? That was not one of the reasons that you provided. Is that correct?
Correct. I didn't also mention contingency liability in medical legal matters. I didn't mention waste management as an issue. I didn't waste security contracts as issues. There are a lot of things that I didn't mention. I could have mentioned everything. I gave you an idea only of the things. It's the question of HR. I didn't mention it to you. The question of provision of ARVs.
That's fine, Doctor. I think the list is yes. Thank you.
I did that. You've made your point. I agree. But you know that we are currently here for the Life Esidimeni project determination. That's the reason why we are in court.
Of course.
You agree? All right. So then in 2015 and 2016, once again, all the problems were at year 2 to the satisfaction of the Auditor General, and you received an unqualified report.
That's why you are misunderstanding it with respect to counsel. Then we said you sit and give a plan. Your ladyship, the fact that you are owing people and you are not paying them in 30 days will not disappear immediately simply because you now have an unqualified report. It's a plan, an overarching plan that says we're planning to do this over this period. This is how we're going to fill in posts. This is how we're going to do waste management. We now have a plan to do your contingency liability on medical legal cases that were there at that time. In fact, we planned how to pay blood services because it's critical for the department. NHLS, National Health Laboratory Services, critical for the department. Emergency services, critical for the department. So we give a full, comprehensive, plausible plan to the auditor. The auditor says, okay, based on what you are saying, I agree. But your accruals don't disappear. They're still there.
Thank you, Dr. Shabana. So I will again just put it to you that the Life Esidimeni project was cancelled in 2015. Do you agree? Terminated by yourself.
Of course, I wrote the termination letter.
And in this period then, the patients was transferred to the NGOs.
2016.
Thank you. I want to know why the need to close or for the determination of the Life Esidimeni project. You said that it was taken at the decision was taken at the Premier Implementation Budget.
No, Premier's Budget Council, PBC, Premier's Budget Council.
And when this decision was taken, what was presented to the Premier in order for this decision to be taken?
Before we present, the Premier and the whole Cabinet says the Department of Health is unhealthy, if you understand what I'm saying. You need to find ways, and I said it yesterday, to find a way of making your department efficient so that it can fulfill its obligations. So we go to El Khotla, we go to the Cabinet, we invited there, we hazard the department. All government departments look at our department. This was not for the first time. Then, okay, sorry to interrupt you. Finish. Then we sit and with the MEC and other HODs, we sit and say these are the things you must look at. We have
just to interject now. You said where did this decision? Where was it discussed initially? This decision, where was it taken?
Yes, my lady, but I went to
yes, I want him to explain this term. You say it's PEC.
PBC, Premier's Budget Council.
Yes, Premier Budget Council.
Yes.
Yes. Continue.
So you then look at all the departments, every activity in the department. You list them, and then we present. Your ladyship, Mrs. The council did even herself mention that it was Alexander, Selby, Life Esidimeni. You did mention that, and Telkom and Vodacom. You mentioned yourself. Those are the things that were presented and approved after the discussions with in the Premier's Council, and that was approved. It was not only one.
Now, I completely, my only question to you is, I asked you what was presented to terminate the Life Esidimeni project to the Premier.
It's a host of things. We didn't present two things. If you present two, what are you doing? We presented a host of things and went through each and every one feasibility. For instance, how do we manage emergency services was presented, but can you stop emergency services? Of course not. I'll give you an example. So all those things were discussed. You yourself said, I know that you then, the final outcome was Alexander Clinic, Selby, Life Esidimeni, Vodacom, and Telkom. I remember you saying.
We hear that. Can we concentrate only on Life Esidimeni? Yes, you may proceed, Ms. Foster.
Sorry, I still did not get an answer to my question. I asked you what was presented to the Premier to terminate the Life Esidimeni project.
In particular, we hear that you were looking at this many other stuff. Yes, but now she wants to know as to what was presented that led to that decision to terminate Life Esidimeni.
I hear you, your ladyship. a host of things were presented. Like I said, I gave an example with emergency. But after that, it was only 5 things came out of that.
Yes.
Yes.
But in particular, with regard to life Esidimeni, what led to this decision? We understand that it was among that list that you are talking about.
Yeah. Now, the reason why life Esidimeni was chosen or put there, firstly, we are unable to pay life healthcare, where they said it themselves. We were just unable to pay.
You were unable to pay?
The monthly bill, it was difficult to pay them.
Life Esidimeni?
Yes, we didn't have the money from time to time to pay life Esidimeni. We didn't have. Actually, they mentioned it, Dr. Mkachwa mentioned it, that they were not paying us. We're not paying them. We're battling to pay them. It's not only them, but a number of entities we're battling to pay them. We're not paying Selby well. We're not paying a lot of big companies.
We hear that, but
Yes.
the question is specifically with regard to life Esidimeni. So that was the only reason that you couldn't pay their monthly bills.
We couldn't pay them well, but also we're looking at the process where it has been what do they call it, an evergreen type of contract. It has been there for some period of time. So that was also one of the reasons that
the other issue was the issue of the lifespan, that it has been there for quite some time.
For quite some time. I can't recall all other financial reasons that were put on the table.
Was this presentation done to Premier Makura at that stage, or who was the Premier?
Yes, it was done at the Premier's Budget Council.
But you don't answer my question. Who was the Premier that this proposal was made to?
Premier David Makur. Premier David Makur.
And who did the talking when they presented this?
It's the MEC who does the presentation. I said it, yeah.
Okay. And did she have a report that she supplied to him, or did she only speak to him verbally?
No. We prepared. Like I said yesterday, we prepared. And when we go there prepared, we're going to talk a whole host of budget issues. And she had a prepared presentation, yes.
A presentation, like a PowerPoint presentation.
I don't recall whether it was PowerPoint, but it was a presentation.
Right. So, would you agree with me then that the decision to terminate the life Esidimeni facilities was taken by the Premier, Mr. Makura? Is that what you're saying to this court?
I would say it's the Premier's Budget Council or the Cabinet, because I don't sit in their discussions when they make such decisions. I don't sit there.
Okay, now who did you receive the decision, the instruction from to implement this?
Obviously, the MEC sits there, then she comes and says, we have made the Premier's Budget Council has made a decision on these 5 aspects. Let's move on then.
So were you not present at the Premier Budget Council?
No, you are confusing. I'm saying at the Premier's Budget Council, when presentations are done, all myself and MEC and all other managers were there. We make a presentation. That is then they will go into cabinet and discuss. And then the MEC, because I don't sit there, no HOD sits there. Then they will come, the MEC comes and gives a report back. The PBC has, the cabinet has decided on this and this and this. That's it.
And then you drafted the plan for the implementation thereof. Am I correct?
No.
So the first, not. Okay.
No. I wouldn't know how to draft the plan.
Okay. Who drafted the plan how to implement?
The mental health unit, they drafted the plan.
Dr. Shalabane, if I understand you correctly, you were second in charge. It was first the MEC, Ms. Mashlanga, and then it was you. And then the rest will follow. Am I correct?
You can put it that way. It's fair. Yeah.
You also testified that you had meetings every single Friday with a lot of people regarding only life Esidimeni. Is that correct?
Let me explain. The Friday meetings were the ones that you were talking about, where we're preparing submission for the Auditor General, where we're meeting at 6 o'clock. But on weekly basis, again, I can't recall the day in this instance. On weekly basis, again, we were meeting only to discuss the implementation of the 5 things. We did implement all of them, but then what was left was life estimate.
Now, during these meetings, when you've discussed the Life Esidimeni project, was there any problems at any stage raised by anybody that attended these meetings, that they've experienced problems with the implementation thereof?
No. You see, those meetings, it was before implementation. So there wouldn't have been anybody saying we're experiencing implementation problems. It was before implementation. It was long before.
So what did you discuss then about the Life Esidimeni project during these meetings?
It's planning, isn't it? You got to plan. You can't say, okay, we have agreed, go and implement it. We plan. How are we going to do this? What about this? What about this? Just basic project planning.
All right. And during these project planning, was any problems raised or problems experienced in you that you were informed about?
You got to be more specific. What problems?
No, well, I don't know. Did anybody say that they have a problem with the issuing of licenses for NGOs, or that they have a problem with supplying of medicine for mental health care users, or that they have a problem with the signing of the service legal agreements?
There wouldn't be anybody. Okay, continue, Councillor.
Oh, and lastly, I want to give you this opportunity as well. And regarding the fact that the buildings were unsafe or uninhabitable and not fit for consumption of patients, did you receive any reports like that?
No. I don't know how would we receive those reports. For instance, that there's a problem of medicines. Patients had not been moved, so there wouldn't be such talk about difficulty in medicines. When you talk about infrastructure, there were infrastructure people sitting. I said it yesterday in those meetings. They were the ones who say, we'll go and assess the infrastructure. You mentioned something else again about
service level agreements. Service level agreements, was that discussed during your planning?
That's operational issues. They would be done by the unit itself.
Okay. Was there any problem with the issuing of licenses?
That's an operational issue again. It's done by the unit. You can't come into a meeting with DDGs and then start talking granular issues. We talk strategic issues. Like
what? Please provide me with an example.
How far is the project? Have you met stakeholders? Have you met with the doctors? Have you met with all other people? Those are you now setting up the financial cycle? That's important, and that's done not by the unit, by the finance people now. Have you set up the finance cycle? Because, like I said, payments go into cycles. Have you set up the finance cycle? Yes, we've done that. There were issues, fairly strategic, non-strategic. Do all clients have IDs? Yes, no. So we called in SASA to come in, that type of thing.
So now I'm going to ask my question again. Was there any concerns raised to you that you are aware of during these meetings regarding any of these strategic issues, the payment of finances, the doctors, have they been spoken to, structural issues? Have any problems been raised with you or concerns raised with you that you are aware of?
In the project planning, a lot of things are raised. For instance, maybe let me go straight to Mr. Mosenufi stood up in one of the meetings was discussed again yesterday. He raised issues of people may lose employment. We addressed that we had done that before. He raised issues that infrastructure said we'll deal with those things. He raised some other issues. As to say, some of the issues we are raising, it's not easy for me to recall every little meeting what specific issue was being raised.
All right.
It's not easy to recall. This is 2015.
Dr. Silabanu, I appreciate that. Just tell me, I'm going to tell you what the evidence before this court is. If I'm not correct, I'm sure that I will be, there will be an objection. But for instance, there was evidence before this court that you were the one who was supposed to sign the licenses for the NGOs. Are you aware of that? Is that correct or is it not correct?
No. In those meetings, nothing of that nature was discussed because it was clear that I am not the one who signs the licenses. The issue of licenses, if you want us to converse it, came somewhere down in September, long after patients had been transferred. And there was no meeting for that.
There was also evidence before this court.
But before you move, did you ever sign the licenses yourself during this project?
During the movement of patients?
Yes.
No. In September, when patients had long been moved. Yes.
In September, when the patient had long been moved?
Yes, in 2016, when the patients had been moved. I think it's September, yes. That's when the licenses I countersigned with what Dr. Manamela had signed. It's still there in the
Just hold it there. Thank you. Continue.
Dr. Silabanu, why would you sign licenses after patients has already been moved? What was the rationale behind that?
Okay. I then went to the, we were cooperating with the Ombuds, Professor Mal Khapour, and we had a discussion about all issues, and then it came to the issue of licenses. If you check, it's written there. I told him these are not licenses in real terms; they are certificates. And I said to him, it's there also on that. I said to him, Prof, there's nowhere in the Act where it says I must sign these licenses. That is post facto, Council. Your Ladyship, I did tell him that. I said, Prof, there's nowhere where it says, but he said the whole thing is unlawful. I don't know the difference between illegal, unlawful, and all that. But I told him, Prof, there's no way in the Act where it says I must do that. Then as we were working out, it's there also in his report. He said, Barney, he was calling me with my name. He said, Barney, I said, Prof, he said, you've got to be careful, Barney. This whole thing is unlawful. You must regularize. It's there, if you can check. You must regularize this. And I'll tell you the sequence of events, Your Ladyship. Then I went back. The spirit had been, we must all cooperate with the Ombuds. So I spoke to the MEC. The MEC never said sign or don't sign. We just said, cooperate and all that. I went to Dr. Manamela. Okay, before I went to Dr. Manamela, I went to the legal department. He said, don't sign. Don't sign. There's no way you're supposed to sign. Then I went to Dr. Manamela. She said the same thing. Don't sign. It's not needed that you sign. Then the decision was left with me. I signed. But I said, if I sign, you must have the old license attached to what I've signed to show that we're not hiding anything. You must have it and you must clip it together. But there's something that I also did, which unfortunately I've not been able to find. And we submitted those documents. I also wrote a memo to say, I'm signing this thing after a discussion with the Ombuds. But I do not, on the advice of the legal department, I should not have signed. And I said the date I have signed is to regularize so that I do not I don't know whether unwillingly, I don't recall what I said, extend the license without, because the license have a 1-year duration. That's what I wrote. And I said, I will raise with this matter with other HODs because my signing might have implications with other departments, social development and the other health departments, because mostly they use NGOs. That's the memo I signed.
All right. So at the end of the day, these NGOs operated without any licenses.
They had licenses. Dr. Manamela had signed the licenses.
Come again?
Dr. Manamela had signed the licenses.
So they had licenses
They had
to operate?
licenses. Yes, they had licenses to operate. That's why I countersigned.
But you only signed later, after the patient has already been moved.
I signed after a discussion with the ombuds.
Thank you, Dr. Silibane.
Something is not clear here, if I may.
Yes.
As please, my lady, that's fine.
Just at the time when these people were moved, the patients, did they have proper licenses as far as you know?
As far as I know, yes, yes.
Then where did they get these licenses? Who signed them?
Dr. Manamela, as director in the unit, signed those licenses.
Okay.
Sorry, Dr. Silibane, but then I don't
Just a second. Continue.
Thank you, my lady. Dr. Silibane, sorry, I don't understand then. Why did you sign it then after they were moved, and why did they tell you it's unlawful? You must not sign it.
Well, that part of unlawful, you can ask the ombud. It's him who said it's unlawful. He writes, I remember what he wrote. He said, he vehemently argued against me when I told him that he must sign. He's correct. I argued against him. I said, ombuds, you are wrong on this one. And Dr. Manamela, and even before Dr. Manamela, there had been people, I was informed, who have signed these licenses lower than directors. Then, and I said again, there's no way in the act where it says I must sign.
Okay, who's supposed to sign it? Who must sign the licenses?
The act says, if I recall, that the department consent, meaning mental health department, not Gauteng Department of Health, HOD, no.
Right, but the ombudsman finding at the end of the day was that these licenses were backdated. Or am I not correct?
No. There's a confusion here. Okay. Dr. Manamela signed the licenses, Your Honor, at a particular date. I can't recall the date. Patients were moved. Then the investigation started. I also, as other people, went to the ombuds. Amongst other things, he said the licensing of this department of the NGOs is illegal and unlawful. Please forgive me, I don't know the difference between the two. He said unlawful. And I told him, no, you're wrong, because Dr. Manamela and her unit have signed for these licenses. He said it's unlawful because you didn't sign for it. And that's when we went this way and that way, myself and him. Then as I was going, he said, you can regularize. See, he said, you can regularize. And my colleague said, you are being set up into a trap. I didn't believe that.
Thank you, Dr. Silibane. My lady, I see it's tea time. May we please take the tea adjournment at this stage?
Yes, the witness is warned. As I did yesterday, you understand now, Doctor?
I understand.
The court will take a tea adjournment. Will resume at 11:30. Thank you.
Thank you.
May it please the court, my lady.
about the problem of some people not having IDs that was discussed during this meeting and SASSA cards. Is that correct?
Yes, that's one of the discussions.
The evidence before this court is that even after the patients were placed at the NGOs, they still did not have SASSA, some of them still did not have ID cards or SASSA cards.
I didn't know that. I didn't know that.
Okay, so once again, this problem was not conveyed to you. You were not aware of these concerns or problems that were experienced.
No, social development, the Department of Social Development assisted in that.
Dr. Shalabani, who was the project manager on this Life Esidimeni project?
Mr. Musenuchi.
Musenuchi.
That's right.
All right. We also have evidence before this court that some of the patients were received at the NGOs only with pajamas on, night clothes, or only with the clothes on their body. Some of them did not even have shoes on. Are you aware of any problems that this was brought to your attention?
No, that was not. The meetings, Council, you seem to be, I don't know how to put it, my lady. You are talking about things that happened. Our meetings was before patients were moved. So we wouldn't discuss that, isn't it?
But this was the planning meetings. This was the beginning of the whole project. The planning was the most important part.
Yeah, but you're talking about patients.
Council, I think what the witness is saying is that the meetings that they had, that was prior to the transfer. I don't think from his evidence, even yesterday, he was involved in the transfer of patients. So he wouldn't have, I don't know, unless if those things were brought to his attention. Just before I think there was a hand from Mr. Watbringen.
Yeah, my ladyship has preempted the issue. I don't need to deal with it. Thank you, my lady.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Salabane, during these planning meetings, was the service level agreement discussed? Was it there a draft compiled?
No, it was not discussed.
So what was the plan with the agreements that was supposed to be signed by the NGOs?
Those are discussed at district level. NGOs belong to the district.
Okay, was there any discussions regarding the payment of the NGOs? What do they need to provide? What documents do they need to submit? Was there an application form? How were they going to be paid?
But Ms. Foster, I don't think I'm now jumping the gun, but from the witness evidence, NGOs belong to the district. Those were matters for the district, according to how I understand it.
Yes.
My lady,
Isn't it you are talking about payments to NGOs?
Yeah, but Dr. Stelebanu said that the financials and how they are going to be paid to keep them at an NGO, so those details were not important at the planning session.
No, you don't discuss those things, no.
Who was the medicine? Was that part of the planning? We are now dealing with chronic patients with illnesses, chronic illnesses. Who formed part of this planning meeting that was supposed to look after the fact that they will be supplied with the necessary medication?
I'm not too sure if I understand your question, Councillor.
Yes, I think if you can just rephrase, you touched two things in one question. If you can just rephrase it properly.
In this planning meeting, was there a person?
Your first question was whether medicines, in particular for chronic patients, was it part of the planning? That was the first question. And now the second question, you started saying lots of things. Just stick to one question, then after the witness has responded, you'll get to the next one.
Thank you, my lady. Dr. Salabani, you heard what the judge was saying. My ladyship, can you please just answer the first question?
Okay. In that meeting, I mean, this is the district. If you say chronic medicine, districts and clinics do supply chronic medicines, isn't it? They supply for hypertension, for patients who come in, they supply for diabetes, clinics do that, they supply for epilepsy.
But the question is,
yeah, so they were going to
just a second,
yes.
Doctor. The question is, in your planning meetings, was that part of the planning? Was it ever discussed, the issue of medication?
I'm sure I hear you, my lady. The sentence would have been the district and the primary healthcare services in the district will take care of that.
Okay, get to the next one.
Thank you, my lady. Now, my second question was there a person present at this planning meeting to whom this responsibility was allocated to?
I don't know how would you allocate the responsibility for medicines because it's something that happens at hospitals and clinics. So the district managers would say, yes, our district will do that. But there wouldn't be one specific person. I don't think it would work that way.
Yes, you may continue.
Thank you, my lady. Dr. Silabane, do you agree with me that a mental health care user is a very vulnerable person? It's a patient that is extremely vulnerable and completely dependent on care.
Yes, it's true. It's true.
So much more care must be taken in decisions and planning regarding when you are dealing with a mental health care user. Is that correct? Will you agree with me?
True.
Do you agree with me that we all know now that this project did fail?
At a technical level, if you say patients moved from point A to point B, that happened. But once the society doesn't like what happened, it fails the project. Yes.
And what do you think is society's view regarding this project?
I said once the society is not happy with the project, doesn't matter what you think.
Yes, Miss. Just a second, Mr. Watbrungel. I think your question, your hand came up late. You have already moved. His concern is that now you want an opinion from the witness to say whatever has happened, it was a mess. Now you want the witness to say he agrees with you, right? So why do you want the witness to say that? And how is it going to assist the court? That is his objection.
But is it not common cause, my lady?
That is something for the court to determine, isn't it?
Yes.
Yes. But what I'm saying is that I left you for far too long, but it's fine. The fact of the matter is you have started with a cross-examination.
The point with this question, I hear the objection of Mr. Craig Watbringle.
Yes, okay. Can the witness come back? I hope you are going
Lady,
to...
if I may just say, what my learned friend demonstrated was that she didn't even listen to the objection because your ladyship had to tell her what the objection was. My learned friend said to your ladyship that I'm suggesting that the conditions under which the mental health patients were held was irrelevant. That was not at all my objection, and if she just listened, she would have known that that was not my objection. And in any event, my learned friend well knows that Dr. Silabane, of all people, is not the person who was on the ground and able to testify. Your ladyship has heard weeks of that testimony. And then my learned friend says it's common cause. Well, if it's common cause, why is she wasting your time with it?
In any event, I've dealt with that to say in any event, it is for the court to determine that. I think we've dealt with that. I just want her to just continue, but she must lay the basis so that we should know how far she is going to go with regard to this cross-examination, so that we should know. She shouldn't just be cross-examining the witness. Yes.
Thank
you very much. The witness can come back. Can you assist us, Mr. Watbrunel? Okay, thank you. Yes, Ms. Foster.
Dr. Silabanu, I'm putting it to you that this project failed. And the only
Just before we go to that, you will deal with that. If you can just outline the basis of your cross-examination. You have already touched some points, but otherwise you're going to have a problem. Yes. What are you still left with?
My lady, I will tell the court that, but I don't think it's fair. I mean, this is cross-examination of a person that's interested, that the court at the end of the day have to make a finding if he was prima facie responsible. But I will proceed. I have questions regarding the letter that he wrote in March to Dr. Mosenogi. I have questions regarding the letter that Dr. Mosenogi wrote. That was all part of his evidence in chief. I have some questions regarding the arbitration award, and then I assume I will be finished. So I've got.
Okay. You have already started. We'll deal with the questions as you ask them. You can just yes. I hear that you want to go back to your question, but it should be framed the proper way. Yes.
Yeah, I'm just going to put it to Dr. Silabanu to wrap it up.
All right. You may do that.
Out a letter. So I just want to get my notes. In March 2015, when you took over from Dr. Godsnow.
Godsnow.
Yeah.
Yes.
In which you informed them that instead of the 200 beds that they must reduce by per year, they must increase it. The amount of beds that must be decreased in the termination of the Life Esidimeni project. Do you have any knowledge thereof?
I would like to see the letter, Council, if you can show me the letter.
Right. I will just ask my counsel to assist me with that, and then I'll come back to you. So you can't remember that you wrote a letter in March 26, 2015.
Can you take him to the letter?
I will come back to that, my lady. Sorry, I will. Then, Dr. Silabanu, I want to move on to the letter of Mr. Mosenogi that he wrote, that your counsel read into the record yesterday.
Yes.
What was your deduction when Mr. Mosenogi approached you with these concerns? What was your impression of Mr. Mosenogi when he approached you? Did you really seem concerned, or what did you deter from his approaching you?
Maybe let me say we have always had a cordial relationship, myself and him. I call him Obuti. Meaning brother, bigger brother. So we're meeting every time, and he raised that he wants to write a letter. Firstly, it would have been derelict of me to say don't do it, because if he comes to me, he says, I want to write a letter to the MEC. I said, please, by all means, do it. And that's why in that email he says, apologies, MEC, that I am the one writing the letter to you.
But he raised genuine concerns in that letter. Am I correct?
Of course, I mean, he was raising his concerns.
Yeah. And in your evidence yesterday, you said in the meeting, he discussed and discussed and discussed the contents of the letter. You used discussed 3 times.
Did I?
So it was,
okay.
All right. So he took his time in providing his concerns or addressing his concerns. Is that correct?
Yeah. I mean, he wrote a long letter. He didn't just summarize, isn't it? So he went to discuss the letter, yes. He was given the opportunity to discuss.
And in this concerns, he said that the project must be postponed with a year. Is that correct?
Yeah, well, you see that again, I mean, if the letter was here, if it's inside the letter, then it's true.
It was on page 30205.
3020.
Decision was taken to only extend it for 3 months, the project, the termination of the project. Is that correct?
Yeah, Yeah, I can safely say yes. Yes.
Why? Mr. Monsonogi is the project leader. He was telling you that we need to postpone this for a year. And he raised his concerns. He told you what his concerns was, and he also addressed you. Why was the decision taken only to postpone it for 3 months?
Yeah, but council, this is a meeting of 30 or so people. It doesn't mean every time when you stand up and come up with an idea, then that idea must be taken. I mean, it was a discussion, not an instruction from him. There are things that he raised here that were done or were being done. For instance, he spoke about the workers to be absorbed in our facilities. That was done or was being done.
I hear what you're saying, but my argument will be that he was the project leader. So he was in the best position to inform you what the problems was that he experienced and to raise his concerns. And he was genuinely concerned. He even testified about that.
Yeah, but all of us who were seated there were genuinely concerned. All of us concerned. We were all seated there, having the best interest of the patients.
Yes, but you are not, unless you do, if you don't have an answer. The question is, this was the person who was dealing with this particular project. He raised his own concerns, right?
Yes, yes.
Whether he had suggested whatever period, but the fact of the matter, why was he only granted a lesser period for that matter? 3 months in particular. That is the question.
Okay, and I understand the question when you put it, your lordship. I wouldn't know then what was the discussion that said 3 instead of 1 year. I can't recall it.
Continue, Ms. Foster.
Thank you, my lady. Dr. Silabanu, yesterday you testified that he approached you, you advised him to raise his concerns, and you said, I'm so glad I did it because otherwise I would have been in a bad space. What did you mean?
Yes, I meant that I can imagine now with this situation, if Mr. Monsonogi came to me and said, Obud, I want to do this thing, and I said, no, don't do it. Then you'd have written an email that said, I even tried to do something, the HOD refused. That's what I meant. So I'm glad that I said, Mr. Monsonogi, feel free to do it. Let's do it in a protocol way, right? That you know that MEC, my apologies that I'm doing this. That's what I meant.
Do you think the situation, and I'm asking your opinion, I know it's your opinion, I'm asking your opinion. Do you think if Mr. Monsonogi's request was granted to postpone this project for a year, the result would have been different?
No, I've got no opinion. I don't even think it's possible to make that statement. I don't know.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Silabanu. Dr. Monsonogi is also the person who made the answering affidavit in the December 2015 court proceedings. Is that correct?
Yes, yes.
His testimony was that he had to make the answering affidavit because you were not available.
Yes, so he was doing it on my behalf, yes.
Did you read his statement? Did you read the statement that he made in the court proceedings of 20 December 2015?
Must have read it, Council, but you can remind me, we can put it on here so that I can go through it.
Did you read it in preparation of these inquest proceedings?
Well, I don't recall why I was not the one who did it. It means I was not there. So probably there's the reason why he was there. But I am clearing it up to say whatever he was doing, it was on my behalf because I was absent.
All right. And would that mean that you confirm the contents of that affidavit, what he has drafted?
At that time.
Yeah.
But why would he write it and then he signs it if he signed it while I'm there? It means I was not there. That's why he did it.
I know. But the instruction of the content of the affidavit, where would he have gotten the content of what to write in the affidavit? Who would have provided him with the answers or the content of the affidavit?
He was he was a leader of a team, that project team. Probably they discussed that, and I would want to believe the mental health care team must have guided him, because he wouldn't be the best person to discuss the mental health, but he was senior.
All right, but just come back to your answer. You said you were the one who was supposed to write it.
Can you refer the witness to the affidavit?
As a good basis.
Mr. Watpringle, if you can just lower your hand. Yes, thank you.
Dr. Silabano, I would like to refer you to the specific affidavit. It's on page 18734 of case lines.
Okay.
It's quite a lengthy affidavit, but it would not be fair if I did not grant you the opportunity to read through it. My only question is, when Mr. Mosonoki drafted this affidavit and you read it, do you confirm the contents thereof? That's the only thing that I wanted to know.
Did he read it?
Yeah, I just want to tell him what the reasoning is why I want him to read it, my lady. Sorry.
Okay. All right.
And because Mr. Mosonoki testified that he received this information and he had to draft this affidavit on your behalf. So it starts on page 18734 and it ends on page 18754. So I'll give you the opportunity to read through it quickly.
Yeah, let me also say, okay, I can see
Yeah, just read it first. Read it on your own.
Okay, I'll do that, Your Ladyship. Okay.
Can I check my recording as you're busy doing, as he's busy reading? Please don't go away. I just want to check if I can be assisted here.
My lady, if I may, before you do that, I think that the affidavit may only have every second page scanned in. So can I just ask that Ms. Forster just checks carefully what she wants the witness to refer to?
Sure, go down.
Ms. Forster?
My lady, sorry,
Okay, go down.
I am indeed referred to that indeed. So, my lady, the pages is not correct.
The page number is not correct.
No, the page number is correct, but it seems as if the whole affidavit is not contained on case lines. It was scanned in only, it skipped pages. So I would just have to check for the affidavit in another place, but it must form part of the arbitration proceedings. I'll just go and look for it quickly there if the court will grant me the
Okay. Can you do that while the witness is reading that one? That's fine.
Okay. Wait, go back a bit. Okay.
Goed.
Go on. Okay.
Ms. Forster, I'm not sure if the judge is still on, but I think the full affidavit is at 18329.
18329. Thank you so much, Ms. Butlander. 18329.
18329.
Thank you so much.
That's the affidavit by Dr. Lebete.
Is it not Mr. Nosanogi?
Mr. Mosanogi signed a confirmatory.
Okay, thank you very much.
I think the document starts at 18332.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
That's the one I've been reading now. Okay. Wait, I'm paginated. Sure.
Ms. Foster, you're not on mute, by the way.
I am aware of that. Thank you very much.
Your Ladyship, I'm back. Cancel. Cancel.
Thank you, Dr. Silabone. We are just waiting for the judge. It seems that she has got some connectivity problems, but I assume she's just reading the statement quickly as well.
Yeah, sure. I had to quick.
Are you okay? Are you okay?
I'm okay. I mean, I had to come next to the computer to try and read as quick as possible and not waste the court's time. So it's not easy.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Foster.
Thank you, my lady. My lady, I just want to make two rectifications. Ms. Butler referred me to the whole statement, was on page 18329.
Page?
18329.
18329.
Yes.
Yes.
And there's another aspect that I have to raise. I said that Mr. Mosonogi drafted this affidavit, but it was actually Dr. Lebete, and Dr. Mosonogi just made a confirmatory affidavit. So I apologize for that.
Who wrote the statement?
Lebete, Dr. Lebete.
Yes, I remember. Yes, that was the evidence. Correct.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes.
So, Dr. Sabone, you have now had the opportunity to read the statement. Is that correct?
Yes, I did a speed reading and my eyes are itching now.
All I want to know is, do you confirm the content of that affidavit?
I think it's, yeah, I would have no reason to say Dr. Lebete wrote wrong things or our lawyers who were assisting us wrote wrong things, yeah.
I just want to refer you on that same affidavit on page, no, just get my own page number, right? 18373.
18373.
Do you take note that there's a confirmatory affidavit? It was attached to this affidavit of Dr. Lebete and it was drafted in your name. Do you see that?
Okay, yes.
If you scroll down to the next page, 18374, it's a confirmatory affidavit in your name, but it was unsigned.
Yes, you can see that.
Do you know how it came about that you did not sign a confirmatory affidavit?
Okay. The plausible explanation, Council, would be that I was not around and I would want to believe that it couldn't be signed again by Dr. Lebete. If I'm not around, so they use my name as the HOD. That's a plausible explanation, that they used my name as an HOD, but I was not around and therefore it was not easy for me to have signed it. I think that could be the explanation.
Court proceedings, you were aware of these court proceedings. It was brought to your attention and you knew about it.
It was brought to my attention, yes.
Thank you.
When I came back, it was brought to my attention.
Yes.
So, thank you. Thank you, my lady. Dr. Silabane, you also testified in the arbitration award, is that correct?
That's right.
You had counsel present there, and did you go through your arbitration record that you've testified about?
I beg your pardon, Counsel?
The arbitration record, your testimony in the arbitration. Do you confirm that testimony that you gave through in the arbitration?
Are you saying I'm confirming what I did?
Yeah, what you said.
2017? Yes.
That's
roughly, yes. Yes. By and large, yes.
Yeah, just a second, Mr. Watbruggen.
Lady, perhaps Dr. Silabane should just leave. Lady, I objected to the previous line of questioning because I said that it was unfair to the witness to ask him in relation to affidavit whether he confirms the contents of the affidavit. First of all, my learned friend well knows that not all of the contents of that affidavit would be within Dr. Selebano's knowledge. Secondly, our learned friend did not take him to a single allegation and say, was this within your knowledge and do you confirm it? And thirdly, we are still none the wiser as to what the point was of delaying these entire proceedings for as long as they were delayed, for Dr. Selebano to read through an affidavit to confirm that he doesn't take issue with anything in Mr. Lebete's or Dr. Lebete's affidavit, and then just to move on. What was the point of it? There is no point to it. And now I'm raising it because now my learned friend refers Dr. Selebano to days and days and days of evidence of an ambit way wider than anything that your ladyship is interested in, and asks him to confirm. It is unfair and it is pointless as well, but mainly it's unfair. If there's something in that transcript that is relevant to an avenue of inquiry that my learned friend wants to take the witness to, let her take him to that and ask him whether he confirms it or not. It's not fair to ask a blanket question like that. Okay. Questions at that time were asked in a particular context. The questions in this matter are in a slightly different context because the inquiry is different. Just to remind my learned friend, and I'm sure she knows this, that in the arbitration, the question of cause of death was specifically excluded from the ambit of the arbitration. Of course, it didn't stop a whole lot of cross-examination on that point, but the fact is it was not before the learned judge who presided in those proceedings.
Yes.
And so now, for my learned friend to ask a witness to confirm days and days and days of cross-examination is simply unfair and object to it. I object to it. Thank you.
Ms. Foster?
My lady, firstly, I do not appreciate the fact that Advocate Van Pringel raises his voice. I really do not appreciate that. The second thing is, I have extensively cross-examined Dr. Lebete about this statement. He testified that Dr. Selebano was not present and he opposed to. And if the court remember correctly, that the whole point of my cross-examination at that stage was that whatever was contained in that affidavit did become true. They knew about what all the concerns was, what was going to happen. Everything was set out in that affidavit. And whatever the application brought by SADC and Section 27 at that stage, what they raised to the court, what was going to happen, was contained in that affidavit, and it did become true. So the only thing I now did is that I can, at the end of the day, raise the argument that Dr. Selebano knew about the court proceedings. He knew what was contained in that affidavit. He knew what the concerns was. He knew what Section 27 said, what was going to happen, and it did happen. So that was the reason for my cross-examination, and I will leave it for argument.
But did you take him through all those?
But I don't need to, my lady.
But is it proper to do it that way? More especially because... Remember the affidavit, we all know that it was not his affidavit. It was done in his absence.
Yes.
Yes, and as you say, you have always been putting it to him that Mr. Mosenigo was the project manager, isn't it? Now we learn that this affidavit was now the affidavit of Dr. Lebete.
With a confirmatory affidavit of Dr. Mosenigo, which he confirmed.
Yes, and then I think I was happy with his answer to say that he wouldn't have not confirmed the contents. He wouldn't have any reason to disagree with the contents because those are the things that happened while he wasn't there. Surely this person doesn't know what actually transpired. This could have been brought to his attention, but he said that was brought to his attention when he came back.
All right, now we provided him with the opportunity to read the affidavit, and we also provided him with the opportunity to tell this court if there was anything in the affidavit that he disagreed with.
Don't you think it was proper for you to him through whatever paragraphs that you wanted him to deal with, as you indicated previously, because when just a second, before the court, we gave the witness the opportunity. You wanted the witness when you referred to the 2 pages that you corrected. You had referred him to the page where this affidavit began. That was where it begins. That was page 18734. And you said he must read, but you were specifically going to ask him about page 18754. But after the pages were corrected, you didn't do that. I don't know, but that's what I picked up from what you said previously. But my question is, don't you think the concerns of Mr. Watbringle are valid?
I will go through every single paragraph of that affidavit, my lady, and we can read it into the record, and the witness can say if he confirms or denies.
You want to read the whole affidavit?
That is what this was from Advocate Craig Watbringle. So
and then okay, we hear all that, and then that affidavit, we have got the evidence on record. Where does it take us? I do
not know, my lady. That was a request from
the affidavit. We have got it on record. We know its contents. It's in relation to the court case, right? Yes. Now, how does where are you going with regard to the issue of the issues that are before this inquest? If you can assist us.
Dr. Silabanu confirmed that he confirmed the content of that affidavit that was drafted in his name. So he confirms whatever Dr. Lebete said in that affidavit is correct.
Yes,
so at the end of the day, the court would have to look. And I will argue.
Was it in, okay, you want to deal with it because the question will be, was it in his personal knowledge at the time it was done? Because it was done in his absence.
He said that himself, my lady. He said that the affidavit, he was supposed to draft the affidavit. He was not there. Then Dr. Lebete drafted the affidavit in his name. And Dr. Lebete testified where the information came from that he drafted that affidavit. So now
maybe you should deal with that so that we can know what is it that you want to say to the witness so that the court can understand it. And then the second part relates to the issue of the arbitration proceedings. Are you going to take the witness specifically to okay, please do that. Let's not generalize this because it's going to be frustrating when one has to write.
But I was just laying a basis. That's how you do it.
Okay, that's fine. Then, yes, but it shouldn't be for far too long because now it's confusing, I must say. All right, continue. Can the witness come back?
No, my lady, with respect, I must reply if I may.
Oh, yes, you have to.
My learned friend made a completely incorrect statement to your ladyship. My learned friend said she can take Dr. Silabano back to Dr. Lebete's affidavit and take him through each paragraph because that is what I asked. Again, my learned friend, and I apologize if I'm raising my voice, I don't intend to, but it is very frustrating when my learned friend doesn't listen and then misrepresents what I said. What I said, my lady, is first of all, that it is pointless to ask Dr. Silabano whether he agrees with the contents of an entire affidavit deposed to by somebody else without taking him to specific paragraphs that are relevant.
Yes.
The learned friend doesn't appear to pay any attention to the question of relevance. So she's got what she regards as some kind of a blanket concession from the witness, and then she's moved on and now wants to do exactly the same thing in relation to pages, and I think it's about 800 pages of cross-examination in the arbitration, not all of which is relevant. She wants the witness then to confirm that, presumably, and that's why I referred back to what she just did in relation to the affidavit. She took all the time that she did with all these teams of counsel sitting and your ladyship sitting, listening to this matter, spent all that time asking the witness to read through an affidavit and then doesn't take him to any specific allegation which is relevant. So
yes,
if my learned friend will please just, if my learned friend will just please pay attention, I did not ask her And in fact, I would object to her taking him to the affidavit and asking him to confirm every paragraph. It is not his affidavit, it's Dr. Lebete's affidavit. He does not purport to have personal knowledge of everything in the affidavit. If there is something which is relevant that she wanted to take him to, she ought to have done it. But that bird has flown. Now she wants to do the same thing in relation to the arbitration proceeding, which are even longer. And I'm saying, my lady, if there is something in that transcript which is relevant and which she wants Dr. Silabana to confirm or not to confirm, with a purpose as envisaged in the Inquest Act, then by all means. But if she just wants to go on a fishing expedition, or she just wants some kind of a blanket concession, then, my lady, what I'm saying is it's unfair to the witness and unhelpful to your ladyship. And
Yes,
to that
if I
objection,
may.
my learned friend has not provided a response.
I see, Miss. Yes, but I thought I've dealt with those issues. If I don't know, but I think I've dealt with those issues.
Well, I hope your ladyship's not going to allow her to go back and read through an affidavit to no point, because
That is why I said she can only deal with what is relevant, that is going to assist the inquest
Thank you, my lady.
proceedings. Yes, and I
Thank
think
you.
that is going to apply also with regard to the transcript of the arbitration.
Thank you, my lady.
Yes, that is when I indicated that this is not the witness affidavit. Although her contention is that the name of the witness has been mentioned, but it is not that witness affidavit. It is the affidavit by Dr. Lebete.
Yes, thank you, my lady.
Yes, thank you. Ms. Foster?
Yes, my lady.
Yes, you may proceed, and I'm not going to allow you to deal with the whole affidavit. You can deal with the aspects that deals with the issues before the inquest. Remember, this is the affidavit.
So it's not
Yes.
necessary for me to refer to the paragraphs in the affidavit.
Come again?
So it's not necessary for me to refer to the paragraphs in the affidavit.
What I'm saying is that there is no, you are not allowed to go through the whole affidavit. You must be specific and deal with the portions that will assist this court insofar as the questions that the court have to deal with. And the same is going to apply with the transcript for the arbitration. In other words, what deals with those that deals with the issue of causation and who is responsible for the death. Yes, you can proceed. Is the witness there? We can call the witness back.
Right.
We're still waiting for the witness, Ms. Foster.
Yes.
Yes, there. You may proceed.
Thank you, my lady. Mr. Silabane, I've asked you if you are legally represented at this stage. Is that correct?
You mean now?
Yes.
Yes, I'm legally.
Is that in your personal capacity?
I don't understand exactly.
That the department appointed legal counsel for you, or is it in your personal capacity?
Meaning, am I paying for myself?
Just a second. Yes, but where are we getting with this question? Ms. Foster, if you can assist us.
It's very important to understand who is paying for the legal counsel before I proceed with my cross-examination. Especially.
In what sense is it going to assist this court? It can be important to you, but in what sense is it going to assist the court?
So it's not relevant.
No. I'm saying why ask such a question? In what sense is it going to? You find it important? Maybe you should also share that with us, so that is it relevant to the proceedings?
Should I go out, Your Ladyship?
No, there's no need. It's fine.
My only question is, I wanted to know if it's a state attorney instruction, or is the witness having a personal appointment of legal representation, or is he the legal aid of a state attorney instruction?
Mr. Watpringle?
Milady, your ladyship's already said to my learned friend, what is the relevance of this? And our learned friend can do no better than repeat the question. It is not relevant, and if it's a matter that your ladyship's interested in, we have no difficulty disclosing it. But why Ms. Foster wants to go there, I can only speculate.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Foster?
My lady, it's very relevant if the Department of Health is the one who gave instruction to the state attorney. Is it not relevant?
I don't see the relevance. I don't know.
Maybe
Maybe you could refrain from that. How does it assist me whether he has invoked this legal team on his own or by the state attorney? How does it help the court?
So
I don't know what you want. That's why I gave you the chance to explain, but I still can't see any relevance. If you can just move on.
The relevance will be the Department of Health is the reason why we are doing an inquest. So the only thing I want to know, as a former employee of the Department of Health, would the Department of Health provide an instruction to the state attorney to represent him in this matter? That's what I want.
All right, no, we have passed that. Yes, respondent, can you please move on, please?
I will do so, my lady. In your preparation, you are aware that you did testify in an arbitration award. You did so under oath. You had legal counsel during the arbitration award, and the arbitration award proceedings forms part of the inquest proceedings. Were you informed of that? Must I go slower? You testified in the arbitration award under oath. Is that correct?
That's correct.
You had legal counsel present when you testified in the arbitration award. Is that correct?
Well, he was present in the audience, but he was unable to speak on my behalf.
There was even an application brought for you not to testify.
Of course, yes. Yes, I did that. But do you need an explanation? Because, okay, let's leave it. All right.
Are you aware that the arbitration award proceedings forms part of this proceedings?
I wouldn't know whether I always follow that they say this is JJ1, JJ2, but I don't understand it. Yeah.
All right. So I'm going to put to you some of your portions of your testimony. There's not a lot in the arbitration award, and you can comment on that and say if you still agree or not agree. Is that correct? Will you be okay with that?
That's okay, Council.
Thank you. First, I want to take you to page number 27468.
Just a second.
27468.
7468.
Are you there?
Okay, yeah.
And I want you to look at line 14. You will see it's marked at the left-hand side 510. You can just count from 10 to 14.
14. I can't. What does it say?
It starts with my client. You see that?
Oh, my client does not wish to say having been sworn in and then being here. Oh, yeah, that one, yes.
Just to put the court in context, this is your legal representative who spoke on your behalf before Judge Moseneke, before your testimony started.
That's correct, yes.
And you agree that you had a legal representative to speak on your behalf at that stage?
Before the proceedings started, yes.
So it was placed on record. My client does not wish to be obstructive, and what my client does wish to say, having been sworn in and then being here under compulsion and subpoena, is that he wants to say something to the family in form of an apology.
That's correct.
What did he mean by that? What apology did you want to give to provide to the family?
Well, Council, I'll put it this way, and I'll continue to say it again, that when you're a leader and you lead people, you believe in your own leadership as a person, guided by all kinds of philosophies, but guided by God as a leader. The important thing when certain things happen, let me put the positive. When things happen in a positive way, Council, you take the accolades as a leader. Even, for instance, the issue of after 8 years unqualified report. You get excited, but the only people who are mentioned is that it's the HOD and the MEC who did this and this, but the actual work was done by my colleagues down there. They worked hard. So when things don't go right, as a leader, that's my belief, that's my philosophy. When things don't go right, you do not say, no, it's not me, I was not there, talk to the people down there. Personally, I don't agree with that. As a leader, you say, these are people who worked with me. I don't want to use the word for me because you don't own people who were under my leadership. If anything goes wrong, I am with them. That is why then I apologized to the family, and I will apologize to the family for precisely because, Council, loss of life is not easy. There were lives that were lost. It doesn't matter how you want to see the losses of life, how you feel about it. The family that has lost their loved ones, whether that person has been where or where, it doesn't matter. That family is in pain. They've lost their loved ones. It is only fair for an ethical leader to say, I'm sorry about this. I wish it couldn't have happened, that you lose your loved ones. I hope I've explained my apology. And I still apologize until today. It's a painful episode in my life. I still apologize until today.
Dr. Salabani, just the next sentence, your counsel placed on record that you have seen the interview.
Okay.
You see? Yeah, you have seen the interview which was conducted by Professor Makubu. My client admitted quite clearly that as head of the department, he took responsibility and is accountable for what happened. That is pages 51 and 52 of the record of the interview with Professor Makubu. So he acknowledges his role as head of the department and his responsibility in that capacity. He would also like to apologize to the family and, as I said, for what has occurred, but he also some other interests that he needs to protect. He has been suspended, he is facing disciplinary proceedings, and he's also facing the possibility of criminal proceedings, and that is why he sought to exercise his constitutional right to have the subpoena set aside that was unsuccessful. Do you see that?
Yes, I've seen that.
All right. So once again, my question will be, is what did you acknowledge as your head in your responsibility and accountability? In that paragraph, what did you acknowledge as your responsibility and your accountability?
I'm going to, I think you're asking a philosophical question. And I'll repeat what I said, Council, that as a leader, there are 67,000 people in the Department of Health, from a professor to a cleaner. As a way of an example, when something happens, Your Ladyship, at Bara, it is not even when I didn't even know, I can't even operate a patient. When that happens, I must take accountability as the leader of the department. I cannot say, sorry, don't talk to me. It's not my problem. It doesn't work like that. At least for me, it doesn't work like that. I go to the parents and apologize that I wish this couldn't have happened to your loved ones. I've said it and I'm saying it again. So if you say what role, it's like, did I operationally do certain things? That it doesn't matter. I didn't do that for me, but it doesn't matter. As a leader, you take accountability for whatever happened under your watch.
Now, Dr. Salabani, please tell the court what did happen. What did you take accountability for that happened under your watch?
Under my watch, we learned in August or so that patients that have been moved to NGOs passed away. And I'm saying this around August, even where you quoted that the media, politicians, and all people said, we're unhappy with what has happened. This is what happened under my watch. People who had been moved to NGOs were reported to have passed away. But I'll put a small rider, and I still apologize. I didn't even know the actual facts then, more than I now know exactly what transpired. For the whole year, I've been sitting and listening to what actually transpired. Would I change? No, I wouldn't change. Do I have more knowledge now? Yes, I do have more knowledge of exactly what I think transpired. It doesn't matter. My apology still stands.
Thank you. If we can leave that one.
I'm going to move on, my lady, with page number 27510.
27510.
That's correct, my lady. From line 10, Dr. Silabona.
Line 10. Okay.
You testified and say, immediately, it was immediately. I remember very well, Justice, that I was then in contact with the minister, Dr. Aaron Motsoaledi, and we spoke about it, and he said, you have got to intervene. You must intervene. So that is when I ran around the province. And I'm putting it again that I closed the NGOs myself. I closed the NGO. Why? The minister said, he called me Barney. He said, Barney, you go and close those NGOs. We cannot afford any other person to pass away. You see that?
Yes. It's true.
Why? Yeah. So you confirm that. That's correct.
Yes.
Why did you close the NGOs? What happened at the NGO? What did you know is to immediately close the NGOs?
Okay, but you've just read it now that, okay, let's start the events. The media, the politicians are saying patients have passed away in NGOs. Then I speak, the minister calls, and also he says, in fact, his right words, now I remember them well, we cannot afford any life Esidimeni patient to die. That's what he said. And then, Bani, I'm saying to you, go and remove those patients and take them into your hospitals. And that's that discussion. And I said, please talk to the MEC. It's not fair that you are giving me these type of instructions to do all these things. I suppose, I wonder if they finally did, because that was then our decision now as a department to go spread into the province. I went to Tshwane with Professor Raitamani. I didn't even check what state was this NGO. I just moved the patients into our hospitals. That's the reason why I did that.
So you spoke about the Soweto one that you went to, Takalani. Did you go to Takalani yourself?
No. I didn't. Takalani is still operating, yeah.
All right. You said that you personally Siabadinga. Is that correct?
I doubt it is Siabadinga. There's always Sabadinga, Sabatanda. They tended to confuse me. I don't know which is which. But I think it's not Sabadinga. Dinga would be in the Kalinen. This one should be Siabatanda.
Right. But I'm talking about the Kalinen one, the Siabadinga and Kalinen. Did you go there?
To Siabadinga?
Yeah, and Kalinen.
No. Why would I go to Siabadinga? If I went to Kalinen, I would go to the hospital.
All right. Did you go to the hospital?
I went to the hospital.
To see CRC?
To see it. Or to see RCC. Yes, I went there.
And to remove patients, with the intent to remove patients or not?
Yeah, let me explain this again. The minister said, you see, there was this misunderstanding, and it makes me chuckle. He and I hope I'm not offending him. He thought that CRCC is an NGO. And I said,
CCRC.
Kalinen Rehab.
Kalinen, huh? CCRC,
Cullinan
Care and Rehabilitation Center.
That's correct.
Cullinan Care Rehab
And
Center. Okay.
rehabilitation, yes.
Yeah.
Yes. CCRC.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. He thought that it is an NGO. In fact, that same error was done by the Ombuds. It's our hospital. It's a specialized hospital. Then he said, close it. I said, I can't close a hospital. The least I can do, I'll go there and talk to the leadership there. And I went there and spoke to the leadership there. By that time, like I'm saying, it was September, late September, maybe early August. I can't recall the actual date.
What did you observe at CCRC?
I went there, ostensibly arrived there, and I spoke to the leadership and I said, you know what, there's this thing that we must take all our patients into, all the life Esidimeni patients into our care. Can we please show me where there are other patients who are in the same premises, but not under, yes.
Yeah, that was the Siabadinga patients.
Well, I wouldn't know.
Yeah, I agree.
It didn't matter with me.
Yeah, no,
I just went there and I said, because there were, the lady was sitting there and there was a lot of papers on the table. I said, my lady, with humility, I'm the head of the department. I'm asking you that from now on, the patients inside the ward will be taken over by the hospital management. That's what I did.
And did you see?
The question was, what did you observe there?
I said there were papers. Well, I didn't. There were when I went into that office, there were lots of papers. That's what I observed. That there were lots of papers. I didn't observe. I didn't go out there to observe this or that. No, I didn't go to observe anything.
All right, but patients were dying. You were sent there to go and collect the patients and take them out of the facility in order to ensure that nobody else dies.
No, you are making a mistake.
Okay, explain to me.
Yes, just a second. There is an objection, Mr. Pichela.
My lady, I want to object on the basis that this is quite argumentative. And it is not for this witness to answer. He has already given an answer. He didn't observe anything.
Yes,
There's
correct.
nothing to come out of any further questioning, as God pleases.
All right. Thank you very much. Ms. Foster, you want to say something?
I would disagree with Mr. Pichlela. This is the evidence of this witness. He said he was sent there to avoid any further people dying. That was his evidence. It's not my evidence.
When you asked him as to what did he observe, he said he didn't observe anything. He spoke about, he just saw papers. Yeah. So I don't know what more would you still want from him unless you rephrase it differently. I don't know.
I will
just deal with it, and then after that one, then we take a lunch adjournment.
That's a good reason. Dr. Esidimeni, you testified that the reason why you went to the NGO is because to CCRC is because you were sent there by the minister. And the reason was that you must prevent that no other mental health care users dies. That was what your testimony was.
No.
But that is
you can't prevent.
Can we hear him first, please? Let's avoid the dialogue.
No. There was no way that I could go and prevent people from passing away. The minister said, and I'll repeat what I said, Bani, go and close NGOs. We cannot afford to have any other life Esidimeni patient passing on in NGOs. Not go and prevent. How would I prevent? He said, we can't afford to have that. I went to several NGOs and even CCRC, went in there and I said, you are not an NGO, you know that, but take over the patients who are NGOs in this hospital. That's what I did.
Take them over to prevent what?
Yeah, but I don't know what you mean prevent what.
The question has been answered. We can move on.
That's a good place. My lady, I see it's 1 o'clock. Can we please adjourn for lunch?
Yes, the witnesses want, like before, the court will take a lunch adjournment. We will resume at 2 o'clock. Thank you very much.
May it please the court, my lady.
prime example of atmospheric repetition of what happened in the arbitration proceedings, which are now done and dusted, not going to assist your ladyship. I request my learned friend rhetorically to advise your ladyship what possible answer Dr. Silabana could give, which will assist your ladyship to decide what your ladyship is required to decide in an inquest, which this is. Something which my learned friend has to be constantly reminded of, but conveniently forgets.
Ms. Foster?
My lady, I'm not going to let the tone of Mr. Watpringles deter me from doing what I'm supposed to do. The question was very clear. The minister phoned Dr. Silabano and said, you must prevent from other patients dying. Go and close the NGOs. So my question is very simple. Why did you need to close the NGOs? What happened for the people to pass away that you received the instruction from the minister to close them down and prevent any further deaths?
Let's not go back. While you are still on this point, that has been answered. He said he doesn't know. Perhaps we should move on. And I just didn't want you to repeat the same questions that we have asked before we took the lunch adjournment. Right? I don't want us to go there. So whatever questions, but you may proceed then to deal with the other issues raised by Mr. Watpringel. This one, we are done. We're not going to revisit it. He says he doesn't know what happened.
So I cannot ask any questions regarding credibility, which is relevant.
No. I'm saying this one, you are not going to revisit it. He said he doesn't know what happened.
So it goes to his credibility.
And that is, if you look at what, if you had the objection by your learned friend, he's specifically saying that in terms of his evidence, he was the head of department. He doesn't know what happened, right?
He was the head of the department, head of the planning. That's his own evidence. He planned. Yes, he was the one who said terminate the contract. He was the one who constituted the planning procedures. He was the one who was supposed to implement the planning. And he is the one who was provided with the instruction to go and close the NGOs.
Can I then finish? Yes, we hear that. He was the head of department. He was also part of the planning, whether you call him a head of planning. But in this instance, the question that you asked, you wanted him to tell us as to what happened, right? That led to the closing of the NGOs, right? Yes. Right. Then he said he doesn't know what happened. So if you're not satisfied with the answer, it's fine. This specific answer he has answered. If you are not satisfied, you can take that for argument. But yes. And then you can deal with the rest of the issues that were raised in this objection. I just wanted to interject in respect of this particular one.
Sorry, my lady, I do not know what else must I answer to. Sorry, if the court can just refresh.
There were other issues that Dr. Silabano, Ms. Watpringel raised with regards to the relevance. The fact that the witness said he doesn't know what happened at the bottom where his subordinates were working, right? And then there were other, I think if he can remind me, there were other 2 points that he raised to say that, with regard to the evidence at the arbitration, that it's not going to assist the court. Am I correct, Dr.?
I'm not with the arbitration. My question does not relate to
No, that's fine. He was dealing with the evidence so far that your questions in respect of this witness since you started the cross-examination. Did I capture you the right way, Mr. Watpringel?
Yes, my lady. What I said was that I've yet to hear a question that's going to assist your ladyship in answering the 2 questions that an inquest requires your ladyship to answer. My learned friend's answer to relevance is to repeat the question as if the evidence is self-evident. My learned friend is incapable of explaining to your ladyship how the answer to the question that she posed to Dr. Silabano will assist your ladyship in the slightest. She's incapable of answering that question, hence the objection. And she can object to my tone as much as she likes. This is how I speak. So I apologize if my learned friend is sensitive and finds it objectionable. But with respect, it is frustrating to have
Please don't
almost
raise
an
your
entire
tone.
day taken on irrelevancies, and that's what I'm objecting
Yes,
to. my
that is the last part of that, because I've dealt with the first part. Ms. Foster, let me hear you on that one. And that relates to the evidence also of the arbitration, isn't it? As you indicated, Mr. Watbringle.
Lady, I made a passing comment about the
evidence
arbitration, that the inquiry was very wide-ranging, and a lot of
Yes.
that evidence, I'm not saying none of that evidence is relevant to your ladyship, I'm saying a lot of that evidence would not assist your ladyship.
Okay, all right. Can I hear you, Miss Foster?
My lady, I'm clearly incapable of understanding what the objection is, so may I please proceed?
How do you proceed while there is an objection on the table? We have to deal with it, isn't it?
We've dealt with the objection.
If his concern relates to the relevance, whether the questions that you are putting to the witness
the court has to decide who can be found prima facie responsible leading to the cause of death.
Yes.
Okay. So prima facie responsible constitute negligence, it constitutes recklessness. So the fact that there is not a cause of death due to hanging is not a reason for this court to find that somebody who took a decision at the top, who led to the negligent death of mental health care users, cannot be held prima facie responsible at the end of the day.
Okay, perhaps you should lay a foundation so that we can understand your questions.
Answer code, please.
Yes, just continue as you continue, because otherwise, I mean, we will be just revolving on the same problems, and the objections will keep on coming. Where is the witness? If I may just see. Yes, you may proceed.
Thank you, my lady. Dr. Solobonu, I'm going to put into you that I will argue at the end of the day, at the end of these inquest proceedings, that you received an instruction from the minister to close.
You received an instruction from the minister to close?
To prevent further deaths and close the NGOs. No.
Should I say so? Am I
Yes,
supposed to
you're
say
more than
something?
welcome. If I do say something that you do not agree with, please say so.
I didn't say the minister said I must prevent deaths. I said he must close. I must close NGOs. He never spoke about death.
Then I misunderstood you, because that is what we read in the record, that you said he told you on page 27510. Sorry, 27511.
Okay.
We must, and it's, please write a letter. Wait.
Where is it?
Difficult for you to close. All right, sorry, I just want to get the specific line. I apologize. Good. He said at the bottom of page 27510, my lady, line number
27510. I think that was the evidence. Let me just go there straight. Yeah, this thing. Oh, I don't know what's happening now here. Just bear with me here.
Yeah, this is good.
Lady, if I may be of assistance, I'm not sure, but I think it was line 6 on page 27511.
Yes, it's just that I'm struggling here with my.
Yes. May it please the court, my lady.
Just a second here. I just want to see how I can minimize this. Yes, you can refer the witness.
My lady, on page 27510, at the bottom line 16.
16.
Yeah, he said, Barney, you go and close those NGOs. We cannot afford any other person to pass away.
Yes. Not prevent death. We cannot afford any other by prevention of death. It's a completely different thing.
I apologize. I will then refer to afford any other person to pass away. So I'm going to start just quickly again at the beginning. I'm going to argue at the end of the day that the minister told you to go and close the NGOs. And the reason was not because you could not afford any other person to pass away. Do you agree?
Cannot afford, yes.
Yeah. Then I asked you why did you then close the NGOs? What was the reason? What happened at the NGOs? And you said you cannot tell, you do not know. Is that correct?
I'm not too sure now. You said what was the reason? I said, firstly, I spoke to the minister. The minister, that was your question. I said, I suppose the minister must have discussed with the MEC. Then we went out and I went to Pretoria to transfer patients from the NGOs to our own hospitals.
Okay, but my question was what happened at the NGOs? And you said you do not know. You do not know what the reason was why the patients were passing away and what you had to go and prevent.
I was not at the NGOs. How would I know why patients passed away?
All right.
Isn't it? We shouldn't be confusing the evidence. What I understood the witness to have said was that he doesn't know what happened that led to the closing of NGOs. That's exactly what he said at the time.
Okay, but the NGOs that you did visit, did you observe the patients there?
I said I went to the NGOs and moved the patients, not observe patients or observe anything. Move the patients to our hospital, to Vescopis, Pretoria West,
that's fine.
District. Yes.
All right. Were you present when the patients were moved?
I'm going to ask you not to repeat the questions. Remember, we're here even before lunch. These questions, you are repeating them, Ms. Foster. Please, I just avoid the repetition.
Dr. Esidimeni,
yes,
in what state was the patients that you moved?
I didn't observe the patients. I just said, well, EMS, come and remove the patients. And I said the following day, we had a meeting at Vescopis and all the CEOs. I said, EMS will be bringing patients to you. And we all agreed. So I didn't go to observe the patients.
All right. So you were not involved in physically removing the patients. You just went there and said they must be moved.
I didn't.
Just answer my question.
Yes, I was not involved.
Thank you. Would you agree with me that the guardian of mental health care users at these facilities was the Department of Health?
If you put it that way, yes.
When you removed the patients from these NGOs after you closed them, where were they supposed to go? What was the plan? Who implemented the plan on where they were supposed to go?
You mean when I closed the NGOs?
Yeah.
I said it. I said in the morning on a Sunday, I called CEOs from Tshwane, Kalafong, Tshwane District, and all the NGOs, and also, and I said, CEOs, EMS is going to pick up patients and we're going to distribute them amongst you. That's what.
Were you
These are
involved?
these are the CEOs of
Our hospitals, Tshwane District, Pretoria West, the Kalafong, and the mental one again. Just ran away from my mind. I just mentioned it.
Pretoria West,
The CEO was
Kalafong,
Mrs. Madeni. Pretoria West, Kalafong, and Pretoria Tshwane District. It's called Tshwane
Yes.
District. Yes. And then also, it just slipped
So
my mind.
you called them, and then what did you say to them?
I said, EMS will be coming to distribute patients to you. So we then said, okay, let me then perhaps go on further. We then said, and then we agreed how many can go there, how many can go there, and that's what happened. EMS was seated with us. They said, okay, we'll do that.
But what
So
did you say to these people, if I can understand you?
I said, I've called
you called these CEOs in the morning, and then what did you tell them? You said to them, EMS will be coming to do what?
EMS will come. They will be having patients. We're going to discuss here how many individually you can take, but EMS will be the vehicles. They'll go to the NGO and then take those patients. And based on our agreement, so many will go to Tshwane District. So many will go to. I've just missed this other mental health hospital.
Sterkfontein, Talatala.
No, not Sterkfontein. Westkoppies. Thank you. Thank you, Council. Westkoppies. It was Westkoppies, Tshwane District, Kalafong, and Pretoria West. Yes. The CEOs were there. I've said that the CEOs were there, and psychiatrist from Westkoppies was also there. EMS.
So there was you had a meeting with them on that Sunday.
Sunday morning, 8 o'clock. Yes.
Okay. And who made the determination of how many patients must go where, and who did the planning if there were beds available or not?
Yeah, but that's why you call the CEOs, isn't it? And the psychiatrist from, I can even give you her name, Dr. Sokudela was there, and she said,
Why did you say they were justifiably angry? What did you mean?
Like I said, once you have lost your loved one, you feel angry. And at that instance, when I said justifiably, you said it, the department is the guardian of the patient. So they were also saying the guardian, our patients, our loved ones passed away under the guardianship of the department. So that's what I said justifiably. I think that's what I meant in my heart, yes.
I'm not going to read everything. I just want to scroll to page 28216. My lady, for the record purposes, the court can take note of it. I'm just going to skip.
Where are you? Yes.
I'm now going to page 28216, line 1.
Page 28216, line
1. I just want to start with a sentence. It starts on the previous page.
Yes.
It says, we gallantly fought and said we are not going to touch Vaneng because God saved us. If we had touched Vaneng, it would have been worse than worse. And I'm asking the families, if you don't forgive us, if you can't find it in your hearts to forgive us, it is because as a person, I understand. I asked myself, would I also forgive? Would I yield that quickly? But I also want to tell you that some of the officials out there are in pain. They may not have touched the patients themselves, some even far. They don't deal with mental health, but they say this has brought shame to the department and shame to the government. And like I said, you don't want to be a leader. Can you tell the court, what did you mean with brought shame to the department and shame to the government?
Well, remember, you see, you must understand what was happening during that time. It was all over the newspapers, TV, and everywhere else. And everybody was saying, how can you do this? How can you do this? It's for a caring department who should feel sad about it. That's what I meant. You should feel sad that this has happened.
And
I must
add, what do you mean by this? What happened?
That patients have passed away. It's reported by the media.
Page 28218. Once again, I'm just going to start from the starting of the sentence that starts on the previous page. Are you with me?
Yes, privacy. Starts with privacy.
If I have to walk, are you with me? It's just the sentence.
That's right.
Okay. If I have to walk the streets and the miles around Gauteng, I want to do that. If the families, I want to ask a few families after this. I don't want to interfere with your processes. I want to ask a few families and then go there, and I want to be properly arranged. It to be properly arranged so that I don't seem to be intruding into their privacy. But I just want to go to individual families and say me, not as Dr. Salabadu, not as anything, just as a human being. I want to come to you and say, if I could ask God to reverse this process, I would really ask God to reverse this process. You didn't deserve this type of thing, and I'm sorry about that. This is where people will say you die many, many times. Some of us, even myself in particular, I die many, many times. It is not easy, you know, Justice. You said it's easily yesterday when you said you are going to be able to sleep tonight. You said that I said, I wonder if Justice knows that it is so difficult to sleep. What did you mean by reverse this process?
Well, you know, once we have gone through, you know, once you are a leader and as you did happen, this type of thing happens during your leadership, it's painful. Council, it's very painful. You don't want to be a leader who will be remembered for this. That's what I meant. And
but
I said,
yes. Sorry, I apologize. Continue.
No, it's okay. You can continue, Council.
But what is this? What happened, sir? We need to know what are you
Patient.
apologizing for?
Patient passed away. That's what happened. Patient passed away.
At the hand of whom?
At the what?
At the hand of who?
There's a
Wouldn't know
hand.
that.
Just a second. Is that Mr. Watling? Can the
Yes,
witness
Lady
step
Clerk.
aside, please? Yes.
My lady, I'm afraid the song remains the same.
Mm.
One can ask the same questions 57 different ways. It doesn't become relevant, and it's not going to assist your ladyship. Let me just spell it out for my learned friend, because she doesn't seem to get it. My lady, at the time of...
Yes, just a second. Mr. Late, I've noted you. Yes, continue.
Thank you. My lady, I think it's well known, and those proceedings are before your ladyship, that for purposes of the mediation stroke arbitration, which Justice Moseneki presided over, the Gauteng government conceded liability.
Correct, yes.
That concession is of no assistance to your ladyship. However, that was the framework within which Dr. Selebano testified at the time. I repeat, as I've said before, that he accepted that things had gone wrong. He accepted institutional responsibility for it, and that is what he was apologizing for. What my learned friend seems to think is suddenly going to fall into her lap is Dr. Selebano saying that he expected this to happen, that he foresaw that it would happen, that he knows exactly what happened, that he knows what the cause of death was in relation to particular individuals, when his evidence is he doesn't know any of those things. So putting the same question through different avenues is not taking the matter any further. And my learned friend, with respect, is obstinately ignoring rulings that your ladyship has made on relevance before, and she persists in this time wasting. And,
thank you.
And dare I say, grandstanding, because that's what it is.
Thank you. Mr. Late?
Yes, my lady, I echoes everything that Mr. Watt Pringle has said. I just want to add that the questions she now asks Dr. Selebano to answer is what this court has to answer at the end of the day, because that is why this court was brought together to ascertain who caused the death of each individual deceased.
Thank you. Ms. Foster?
Thank you, my lady. I will move on to Exhibit C3.
There are objections here. What are you saying about them? Yes, but the fact of the matter, if I may, I thought I would give you an opportunity to respond before they reply, but it doesn't seem that you want to. The fact of the matter...
I asked a question, the witness answered it.
Yes, but we need to be very careful here. The fact of the matter is that you should be conceding, because this question, what happened at the NGOs? This question has been coming many times. It has been asked many times the same way. Whether you came from which direction, but it's the same question. And the witness has responded the same, right? The same way.
I apologize. I did not hear myself asking a question.
And furthermore, there's an issue regarding the questions that you are asking the witness. Some of them are the questions for determination by this court. As Mr. Late has said, I'm just asking you just to refrain from asking the witness the questions that are supposed to be decided by the court, right? Just look at that, please. Thank you. The witness can come back. Can we please make progress? Yes, you may proceed.
Thank you, my lady. My lady, I would ask the court's assistance with the Exhibit C3.
Exhibit C3.
Yes, I do not have a page for it. I apologize. I don't know.
Is it Exhibit C3?
That's correct. That was really
I
important.
think they will assist because I think I'm making notes in my, it should be in my other book. Can any one of you assist as to the page number for Exhibit C3?
Or we can ask Ms. Stevens if she would be available or just assist in screening it on the screen, if that would help.
Yes, but we must first get the page number, isn't it?
That's good, please.
Otherwise, I'll have to go to my code books.
All right. I apologize, my lady.
All right. Anyone, obviously, surely one of your colleagues can assist here. Because we are already at, I think, J.
Yeah, my lady, I tried to look in the record, but I couldn't find it. There was an overlap of.
What is it? What is it? C3?
It's a letter written by Dr. Silabana on the 11th of March 2015 to Dr. Makachwa. And the subject line was reduction of beds at Life Esidimeni.
Can anyone assist us while I also check in other code books?
My lady,
yes.
Ms. Stevenson says that it is at page 34607.
34607. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Butler.
Can we ask Ms. Stevens to display it on the screen if she can?
We have it. That's the one that says resolutions on meeting between HOD and
yes. Can you also assist me because I'm struggling here with my case line?
Why you assisting the judge? Are you able to do that?
My lady, I don't think it's the correct letter. Maybe if we can just scroll a bit down. No, this is subject line reduction of beds, and it was marked Exhibit C3.
Just a second. Just a second. Can we see the date of the letter?
Let's go.
Can we look at the date first?
Lady, the date's at the foot of the letter. It's the 4th of May, 2016.
Yes, but the one that she's talking about is dated the 11th. The
yes,
11th of March.
Query, yeah.
This one is dated the 4th of May.
Yes.
My lady, it's not a very long letter.
No, it's fine. We need to get it for the witness before the witness can respond to the questions.
Thank you, my lady.
Anybody who has to assist us here? This was Exhibit C3.
That's correct, my lady.
So it's connected to statement, Dr. Mkachwa's statement.
Was it a link on?
Was that not an annexure to Dr. Mkachwa?
I don't think it was to Dr. Mkachwa. I think it was to Dr. Linkoani's affidavit, my lady. It was formed part of Outreach Class 319 of 3/2019. Maybe that will assist us.
Come again?
For it. It formed part of Outreach Class 319 of 3/2019.
I don't know who can assist us here. Just bear with me in the meantime. Mr. Late, Mr. Van Bergen, and Sasha, if you can assist us.
My lady, it was attached to the statement of Sophie Thelma Lenkwane, and it was marked.
Which is exhibit? The statement is exhibit?
It was 828 in case docket 319 of 329.
No. Let's talk about the exhibits because one is going to get lost. It's fine. Let me try to see what I can find. Anybody assist just for us to save this time?
Apologies, my lady. We are also trying to find the document. At the moment, all we have is a C1 and a C2, not a C3.
I'm also having difficulty, my lady, but I'm doing my best.
My lady, my colleague found it. It's on page 581. 581. Thank you for the court's indulgence. Thank you very much. Dr. Silibane, do you want just quickly read the letter on the screen? It's on page 581.
Okay.
Do you confirm that this you were
Let the witness read the letter first, please. I don't think that he had sufficient time to look at it. I was still on the first sentence myself.
I apologize, my lady.
If you can scroll, please.
Okay. Looks like my signature, your ladyship.
Just a second.
You got the better editor.
Yes. Can we see the signature? All right. Yes, you can ask questions. Has the witness finished reading the letter?
Yes, I've done so. Your ladyship.
Okay, continue.
Thank you, my lady. Dr. Silibane, this letter was drafted by yourself on the 11th of March 2015, and it was addressed to Dr. Mokachwa. Is that correct?
Yeah. I'll say yes, but I wouldn't be able to write this. So, but it's my signature. It's my letter.
You didn't do what?
I normally, as HOD, you didn't ordinarily be able to write in this form. It's your colleagues who help you, then you sign the letter, but it's my letter. Because I signed it, it's my letter, Your Honor.
Now, did you agree to the content of this letter? Were you the author of the content of this letter?
Yes, I'm aware of the contents of these letters.
So on 11 March 2015, you wrote to Dr. Mukachwa, and the subject line was reduction of beds at Life Esidimeni.
18 March, according to this letter. Is that another letter again?
Okay, I agree. I apologize. At the top, it says 11 March, but I do take note that your signature was signed 18th. I apologize. Right.
This is March 2015. Eh?
That's
right, my lady.
Correct. Continue.
So the purpose of this communication was to advise Life Esidimeni leadership of the decision taken for the reduction of beds from 2015 to 2016. Is that that was the purpose of this letter? Do you agree with me?
Yeah, I think yes, it says yes.
The introduction, Life Esidimeni and Department of Health, Mental Health Directorate has worked as a team in a very close relationship, supporting the mental health care users, their families, and the communities at large. Do you agree with that?
Right.
So you worked very closely with everybody, right? Last year, the discussions between the Mental Health Directorate and Life Esidimeni started with planning and reducing the bed occupancy rate by 200 beds at the end of March 2015 on a yearly basis.
And on.
At the end of March 2015 and on a yearly basis for the next 5 years. Thank you, my lady. And this was communicated through a presentation of the Mental Health Strategic Plan 2013 to 2020. Do you agree with that?
Yes, I can see that.
So it's common cause that there was a mental health strategic plan for this period in which 200 beds would have been reduced on a yearly basis. Do you confirm that?
Yes, I can see that.
All right. Following the meeting chaired by the MEC for Health in February 2015, the MEC advised the LE senior management on the decision taken to reduce the LE beds and discussed the challenge of cost to continue funding the contracted care, and that the beds need to be reduced as soon as possible by a further 20% by April 2015. The department, together with LE, has to develop a plan to reduce these beds. A notice is hereby given to Life Esidimeni management for further reduction of 20% by April 2015.
Okay.
Now, Dr. Silabano, if the project strategic plan was to reduce beds over 5 years with 200 a bed, what did you do to ensure that another 20% reduction would take place in a month's time?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
All right. The strategic plan said the beds must be reduced 200 per year for 5 years.
Okay.
Do you agree with me? On 18 March, you informed Life Esidimeni that over and above that 200, an additional 20% reduction must take place before the end of April 2015. Now, my question to you is, what did you put in place? What were the plans that what did you do to ensure that this is possible?
Yeah, but the department together with LE has to develop a plan to reduce these beds. I would want to believe then the mental health care would have met with LE to work on a plan.
Did you ever see that plan? Were you ever part of that plan?
The plan to reduce by 20%?
Yeah.
I never saw the plan.
So you gave the instruction for a further reduction? Is that correct?
Instruction to who, Council?
Now you must tell me.
Well, there's nowhere in the letter where it says you are instructed. It says it just discusses, and then it says the department together with LE has to develop a plan to reduce these beds.
Okay, but now I'm asking you, this letter is dated 18 March and the reduction had to take place by the end of April. What was the plan? Who had to implement the plan? Did you discuss and see if there's enough beds? What was the plan to find NGOs, to identify NGOs?
I'm going to stop you. You are asking so many questions. The witness will end up being confused. Just ask one question and then you let go. The witness will answer and then you proceed to the next question, please.
Thank you, my lady. Dr. Silabano, you wanted to implement a further 20% reduction of a 5-year plan within 6 weeks. I want to know what was the plan that was in place to ensure that this reduction can be successfully concluded.
I don't know of a plan, but I know in the letter it says the department together with LE has to develop a plan to reduce these beds.
Who at the department was supposed to implement this plan?
The mental health care unit.
Who is that?
It's a unit. It's not an individual. It's a unit.
All right, but who's in charge of that unit?
The director. The director is Dr. Manamela.
Now, did you convey this to Dr. Manamela?
Can I finish?
Yes,
Dr. Manamela reporting to then Dr. Mazamisa. Sorry?
Did you convey this to Dr. Manamela?
Convey what, Council?
This instruction for the reduction and that they must make a plan.
I want to believe Dr. Manamela and the report, Chief Director, Dr. Mazamisa knew.
From the screen, please.
They knew about the letter. I wouldn't have written the letter alone.
Dr. Silabano, did you give any instruction to Dr. Manamela to institute this further reduction?
No. I'm saying Dr. Manamela was reporting to Dr. Mazamisa. It's probable that Dr. Mazamisa, as she was the senior to Dr. Manamela at that time, might have discussed with the unit to work out together with
Let's not
LE.
talk about things that you don't know.
Yes.
You don't know.
I don't know.
Yes. The fact of the matter is you didn't give the instruction to Dr. Manamela to implement the further reductions.
Reduction, doing that, yes.
Thank you.
Okay, did you give the instruction to Dr. Mazamisa?
I don't recall doing that. That's what I've been trying to say.
All right. Okay, but you agree with me that this letter says a notice is given to LE. So by April 2015, a notice is it's over and done with.
What is over and done with?
The conclusion in this letter, you said a notice is hereby given to LE management for further reduction of 20% by April 2015.
Yeah, I think it's self-explanatory, Council.
I just wanted to make sure that is how I understand it, but I just wanted to make sure if that is how you understand it. And it's because of this reduction that Mr. Mosonogi approached you with that letter raising his concerns that was read out, contained on page number 3. I just want to make sure, I think it's 30205 to 30206. Am I correct?
You are wrong because April 2015, I'm just looking at the dates and the plausibility of what you are saying. April 2015, and then Mr. Musonifu spoke around 2016, the beginning of the year. I mean, he waited for that long. I don't think it's plausible to say that.
30204. 30204. I will just double check the date, but it is in that letter that Mr. Mosonogi asked you for a further extension, saying that it cannot be done in 3 months. Or is it not the same?
I'm simply saying you are concerned.
Okay, I agree. I will leave it at that.
Thank you.
back to the letter of the concerns raised by...
Excuse me, Ms.
Yes.
Foster. I'm not seeing the judge. I hear you are the judge.
listening.
Your picture's black, but as long as, I mean, it's just a black frame. But if your ladyship's listening, then
You can't see me.
no, I can't see your picture, my lady, but I can see
dark.
that you're on. Yeah, it's
Okay.
just dark. Yeah.
Maybe I should just, I just don't want to be wasting a lot of time. Let me just exit and rejoin the meeting quickly. Can you see me now?
Yes, I can see you, ladyship, your ladyship, I can see you.
Okay. Miss Merritt, can you see me?
Yes, my lady.
All right, continue. Miss Foster.
Thank you, my lady. Dr. Silabonu, I am going to argue at the end of these proceedings that you were the head of this department. You issued an instruction to override a project plan for implementation for 5 years to reduce amount of beds within a 6 weeks period. And you cannot provide this court with any information or any planning that this was done properly and that there was proper planning and adequate planning for this reduction.
I'm not going to say anything, Cancer.
Thank you very much. My lady, there is one thing that bothers me, and that is regarding the court's remark. So if I can just set the record,
Regarding?
What the court's remark regarding the page numbers of Dr. Lebete's statement. Can we just revisit that so that I can just put the correct page numbers on record? The court said that I referred to page number, which I definitely did. I just
Yes,
want
but you corrected the pages, if I may. If I may go back, you were provided with the correct page. And the
Yes.
correct page was page 18329.
That's correct.
So
And
I
then
don't know why you want to go back, because I was explaining that there was something that I was explaining at the time. Yes.
Yeah. It was regarding the confirmatory affidavits that I said I want to go to page 18754, but then I corrected the confirmatory pages to 18373. Are we 373, and that is what I referred
Correct,
to.
yes.
Is that in order?
Yes, this is in order.
All right. My lady, I would ask the court just to give me a 5-minute indulgence. I think I'm nearly finished. I just wanted to double check one other thing, one other letter.
You can do so, that's fine.
All right. Can I just leave the screen?
Yes, you may. Yes, Mr. Lead.
I just want to inform the court that the warrant of arrest that was held over to today is still to be dealt with by this court today.
Was it not until tomorrow? I think I said the 14th, if I'm correct.
I might be mistaken, but I thought it was the 13th.
I think it was. If you can just, I think the others can confirm, but it was according to the medical certificate. The sick note was saying up until the 14th, if I'm not mistaken. Let me go back. I thought about it, but something.
That's how we recall it, my lady.
Come again?
That's how I recall it. The witness is coming tomorrow.
Yes, that was it. And I indicated that by the 14th. Yes, can I hear Mr. I will also double check my notes here. Mr. Pienaar?
Yes. May it please the court, my lady, my recollection serves me right. The issue was adjourned and postponed till tomorrow, Wednesday, the 14th
Correct.
of September
Yes.
of this year. My lady.
Yes, so I'll deal with it tomorrow morning.
May it please the court, my lady.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Leach.
The just left. Close the other people also tell them.
Thank you, Dr. Silabana. I just want to see if I see the judge.
I am here.
Thank you. Thank you, my lady, for the court's indulgence. Dr. Silabani, are you aware of a letter written by SASOP to the MEC in November 2015? I'm sorry, I can't give you a specific date, but where concerns were raised by the MEC regarding this project. It formed part of the court proceedings. Are you not aware?
Is it possible I can see the letter, Counsel?
All right. So now, if you say you don't remember, I'm not going to take it any further. I'm very sure that my learned colleagues will take that up with you. Dr. Silabano, I want to close with the following. I confronted Dr. Lebete with his affidavit, and that is the affidavit that I provided you to read. The reason why I have to be fair to you, why I put it to you, is the following. Dr. Lebete said that he did not have knowledge thereof. He had to sign the affidavit because you were not available, and he was the acting HOD. But the information in that affidavit he received. So my argument to him was that whatever happened in that affidavit became true. An affidavit was compiled by the court and the Department of Health addressed the issues. But what the concerns was that was raised by SADC and Section 27, it happened, it became a reality. So I gave you the opportunity to read Dr. Lebete's evidence, and now I want to be fair to you. After reading of that statement, is there anything in that statement that you disagree with?
I read it very quickly, Council. I was trying to say that I cannot in my head think of what is it that I don't agree with. It's not possible for me. I had to do speed reading. Yeah. And in
if it later comes to your attention, will you address the court and just raise your hand and say, I have now perused it again and there is something that I disagree with? Will you give the court that undertaking?
I can, but the easiest would be if I have it with me and then I read it line by line. But when you read it on a screen, if you recall, I came with my eyes very sore.
Okay, but upon your reading, you could not discover that there's anything that you did not agree with upon reading it.
It was not an easy read because it kept on saying, I disagree, paragraph, what, we disagree with that paragraph. So I could, yeah, I was trying to assist the court. I was trying.
So will you please assist the court further and inform your legal representative if there is something that you disagree with? I'm very sure that they will provide you with a copy of that statement.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. My lady, I'm not going to take the aspect any further. I just want to say that the letter that I've heard, just a page number, that I refer to is on page 30225, but I'm not going to take it up with Dr. Silabano. I'm very sure that
page 30225.
Yeah. That was the concern raised. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Silabano. Thank you, my lady. I do not have any further questions.
Thank you very much.
And they see.
I see it's now 17 minutes past 3. Would you like to start, Ms. Bandlander?
My lady, I'm not sure if my camera is on. If you can see.
Yes, I can see you.
Just let me see if I can try and get this right. There we go.
Yes, I think.
Thank you, my lady. My lady, it's now 20 past 3. The witnesses had a long day. The court has had a long day. I think we'll all be better served and move more quickly if I start in the morning.
Okay, I think that should be the general agreement. The witness can go and rest. We will resume tomorrow. The witness is warned again, as I warned you yesterday. I take it that we have been sitting throughout the proceedings. Now you understand. The court adjourns the proceedings until tomorrow. Tomorrow is the 14th. Yes, the 14th of September 2022. I think I'll, Mr. Late, you can remind me in the morning regarding the warrant. I think. Thank you very much.
We'll do so, my lady.
Yes.
As your ladyship pleases.
May it please the court, my lady.
As the court pleases. As the court pleases.
As the court pleases.
As the court pleases, my lady.